Hey everyone, welcome back to Harry's Cosmos, the channel where we take one small change and let it tumble through an entire universe. Today's story is What If Regulus Black Raised Harry Potter, and it's a long one, so get comfortable. If you enjoy these deep dive fanfiction rewrites, please hit that like button and subscribe so you don't miss the next one. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Survivors Vow. The lake did not give up its dead easily. Regulus Arcturus Black understood this as the cold hands of the inferi closed around his ankles and began to drag him beneath the black surface of the water. He had tasted the potion. He had felt it unmake him, memory by memory, until he was a child again being told that he was worthless, that he had failed, that the House of Black would be ashes in his hands. He had felt his mother's disappointment crawl through his veins like a second heartbeat. And still, somehow, his fingers had closed around the locket in the basin, and he had pressed the false copy into its place. "Creature," he whispered, and his voice was a rag soaked in salt. "Go. Now. Master Regulus, that's an order." The locket was cold against his chest, colder than the water, colder than the dead. The lake rose to his throat. He thought of Sirius, and of his mother, and of Barty Crouch's son laughing about torture in the Slytherin common room, and he thought, this is not how it ends. Not yet. Creature disapparated with a crack that echoed off the cavern walls, and the inferi pulled him under. He did not drown. Creature had been told, specifically, that if Regulus did not return, he was to take the locket and destroy it. Creature had not been told, specifically, that he was forbidden from returning for the body. Creature was a house elf. Creature parsed instructions the way a serpent parses warmth. Creature came back. He came back to a lake already bubbling with the movement of 100 corpses, and he wept into the water, and he reached down with magic that no wizard understood, and he pulled his master out. He pulled him out with the locket still cold on his chest, and he took them both home, to Grimmauld Place, to the dark and the dust and the portrait of Walburga Black screaming at the sudden crack of apparition. For 3 days Regulus did not wake. For 3 days Creature nursed him with elf magic older than wands, pressing tears to his forehead and broth to his lips. On the 4th day Regulus opened his eyes, and the first thing he said was, "Did you destroy it?" "No, master." "Why?" Creature tried. Creature could not. The locket laughs at Creature. Regulus closed his eyes and said nothing for a long while. Then he said, "Bring me the prophet." Creature brought him a stack. The dates ran from the day of the lake to 2 weeks later. Regulus read them all, in order, and as he read his hands began to shake, and then his shoulders, and then his whole body, and by the end he was laughing and weeping at once, silently, so that no one upstairs would hear. The Dark Lord was gone. The Potters were dead. James was dead. Lily was dead. And Sirius was in Azkaban for betraying them. Sirius, who had hated the Dark Lord with a purity Regulus had never managed to reproduce. Sirius, who had run away from home at 16 rather than submit to a single unbreakable vow. Lies, Regulus whispered. Lies and lies and lies. He read the articles again. The baby had survived. The baby had done it, somehow, and the Dark Lord's body had broken on him, and the Ministry was calling him the boy who lived. The boy had been taken to his Muggle relatives. Dumbledore had overseen the placement. There was a photograph of Sirius on page 3, thin and screaming, being dragged from a Muggle street where 13 civilians had died and one wizard had apparently been vaporized into a finger. Regulus stared at the photograph of his brother for a very long time. "Sirius did not betray them," he said. "Master?" "Sirius did not betray them." His voice was steadier now. "He would not. He could not. James Potter was the only person my brother ever loved more than his own righteousness." "Who was the secret keeper, Creature?" "Creature does not know, master." "Neither do I. But it was not Sirius. Fetch me parchment." He wrote 3 letters that night. The first was to the Ministry, demanding an audit of Sirius Black's trial. He tore it up before the ink was dry. The second was to Dumbledore. He tore that one up too. The third was to no one in particular, and in it he tried to set down everything he knew about the Dark Lord's Horcruxes, the diary, the ring, the locket, a cup, a diadem, and something of Gryffindors or Ravenclaws, and how many there might be, and what else he suspected. He sealed that one in a locked drawer and did not burn it. Then he slept again, and when he woke he asked Creature the only question that mattered. "Where is the Potter boy?" "With Muggles, Master. Dursley, the prophet says. In Surrey. Number 4, Privet Drive. Protected? Creature does not know. Creature can find out. Do so. Quietly. Creature went. Creature came back. Creature reported that there were wards, blood wards, old and powerful, tied to the sister of Lily Potter, but that they were crude, ungentle things, thick as a castle wall against things that meant the boy mortal harm and thin as a cobweb against things that did not. Can you cross them? Creature can. Elves are not things the wards were made to keep out. And what is within them? Creature's great ears drooped. His eyes, too bright and too wet, went to the floor. The Muggle woman does not like him, Master. The Muggle man does not like him. There is another, a child, fatter than the black baby. He hits the small one. The small one sleeps in a cupboard under the stairs. Something in Regulus's chest, something that had survived the cave and the inferi and the locket, broke cleanly in half. How old is he? 15 months, Master. 15 months. Regulus exhaled. Creature. Listen to me carefully. I am going to give you an instruction, and I want you to follow it to the letter. I want you to go to Privet Drive tonight, after the Muggles are asleep, and I want you to bring me the boy. Do not harm anyone. Do not be seen. Leave the door as you find it. Bring him to me. Creature stared at him. Master Wood, take the Potter boy. The child of the blood traitor? Yes. Why, Master? Regulus looked at the locket on the table beside his bed. It was not moving. It was never, truly, moving. But he could feel its attention on him, the same way one feels the attention of an animal in a dark room. Because I did not die in that lake to leave my brother's godson in a cupboard under the stairs, he said. Go. Creature went. He returned with a small bundle in his arms, and the small bundle was asleep, and its hair was black as Regulus's own, and on its forehead was a thin red scar shaped like a lightning stroke. Regulus took the child from his elf and held him at arm's length, the way one holds a creature that might bite, and he said, Harry James Potter. The child did not stir. I am sorry I am the one who came for you, Regulus told him. There were better men. They are all dead. He brought the child to his chest, and the child sighed in his sleep, and curled his small hand into Regulus's shirt, and did not wake. That was the end of the first night. The next morning Walburga Black's portrait began to scream. Blood traitor. Mongrel. You have brought him into my house, creature, the curtains. Abomination. Filth of a mudblood mother, creature. Creature scuttled up the stairs with the velvet curtains trailing behind him like the train of an angry bride, and with a series of sharp wooden cracks he shut her away. Regulus stood at the bottom of the stairs with Harry on his hip, feeling very tired, and feeling, for the first time in months, very alive. This house will not do, he said. Not with her in it. Pack, creature. We are leaving. Leaving where, Master? Somewhere she cannot follow. Somewhere no one can. He thought of the cottage his grandfather Pollux had built on the Cornish coast in a fit of misanthropic retirement, a place so forgotten the family had stopped listing it in the rolls. It had no portraits. It had no elves but creature. It had a library small enough to be honest, and a garden gone to gorse, and the sea. The cottage at Wyvernstone, he said. Yes, Master. And creature. Yes, Master. If anyone asks you about this boy, ever, you will say you do not know him. Not my family, not the Dark Lord's people, not the Ministry, not Dumbledore. Especially not Dumbledore. Creature understands. Good. Within the hour the house was empty. Within the day they were at the sea. Wyvernstone was a granite cottage that clung to its cliff the way a barnacle clings to a hull. Its roof was slate. Its windows were narrow. Its garden was a tangle of gorse and sea thrift and a single blackthorn tree that had been bent east by the wind. Creature set fires in the 2 fireplaces and aired the rooms and muttered darkly at the spiders, and Regulus sat on the front step with Harry in his lap and watched the tide come in. You are going to live here, he told the baby. Do you understand? You are going to live here. With me. And with Creature. And the sea. Harry blinked at him with enormous green eyes. Lily's eyes. Regulus had sat 3 rows behind Lily Evans in charms for 3 years and he had never, not once, noticed that her eyes were that particular green. He noticed now. You are not going to know who you are, yet, Regulus said. Not the way the papers know. I am sorry. I don't know how to do this any other way. The child reached up and grabbed his nose with a fat wet hand. Yes, said Regulus. Exactly. The Fidelius charm was not a simple thing, and Regulus had never cast one before, but he had read everything the Black Library had on it and he had 3 days of quiet to practice. He did it alone, with Creature as witness. The secret was that Harry James Potter and Regulus Arcturus Black, presumed deceased, were living together in a granite cottage called Wyvernstone, on the Cornish coast, north of a village that had no business remembering them. The secret keeper was Regulus himself. It was a messy, inelegant thing, made secret keepers of one's self were brittle and could not reveal the secret even to allies, but it was the only arrangement he trusted. If I die, he told Creature on the night he cast it, the secret dies with me. The boy becomes unplottable and invisible to everyone who does not already know. You will have to reveal yourself then. Find someone who will believe you. Not Dumbledore. Augusta Longbottom, perhaps. Or the wife of Arthur Weasley. Yes, master. Do not lose him. Creature will not. For the first week Regulus slept with his wand under the pillow and his door open so he could hear the baby breathing. For the first month he jumped at every gull that cried over the chimney. For the first 3 months he barely ate, barely read, barely did anything but sit on the cliff with Harry in a sling of his own mother's old traveling cloak, staring out at the grey unbroken distance and waiting for an owl that did not come. No owl came. The war, as far as the prophet could tell him, was over. The Dark Lord's followers were scattering and being caught. Lestrange, Rodolphus, Rabaston, Bellatrix, and Barty Crouch Jr., had been taken in after the Longbottom attack. Frank and Alice Longbottom were not dead. Frank and Alice Longbottom were something worse than dead, and Regulus, reading about it on his cliff, had thrown the prophet into the sea and sat very still for a long time afterward. Malfoy was talking fast and spending faster. Karkaroff was informing on everyone he'd ever had a drink with. The snake was in the grass, but the snake had been wounded, and for the moment the world was willing to call it gone. Dumbledore was the chief warlock and the supreme mugwump and the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore was, according to the prophet, the architect of the boy's safety. Dumbledore had said, publicly, that the boy who lived would be raised away from the wizarding world, until such time as he was old enough to meet his destiny. Regulus read that line 3 times. Destiny, he said aloud, to the gulls. What destiny? There had been a prophecy. He was certain of it. The Dark Lord had been babbling about one all through the summer of '80, at dinners and at meetings and once, memorably, at a gathering where Bellatrix had wept with ecstasy at the mention of it. The prophecy was about a child. The child had been born at the end of July. The Dark Lord had chosen, and the Dark Lord had come, and the Dark Lord had fallen, but the child was asleep in a little wooden bed in a granite cottage by the sea, and he was pulling a thread loose from the quilt, and he was not a destiny. He was a person. Regulus made up his mind, that evening in the first winter of the New World, that he would not hand Harry James Potter to any man's destiny, not Dumbledore's, and not Voldemort's, and not his own. The problem with that decision was the locket. The locket was in a box. The box was in a cabinet. The cabinet was warded with every protective charm Regulus had ever read about and a few he'd invented on the spot. Every so often, when he walked past the cabinet, he felt the locket whisper to him. Not with words. With something lower than words. It whispered in the dialect of the cave. It whispered of his mother. It whispered of Sirius. It whispered, once, in Harry's voice, which was when Regulus threw his wand across the room and sat on the kitchen floor with his hands over his ears and wept for the first time since the lake. He had to destroy it. He did not know how. Fiend fire was an obvious answer and an obviously suicidal one in a cottage with a child in it. Basilisk venom was a theoretical answer and a practically impossible one. He wrote to his cousin Andromeda once, anonymously, asking questions about dark artifact destruction. She did not reply, probably because she knew the handwriting. He read everything the Black Library at Wyvernstone had and got nothing. He began to plan a trip to Knockturn Alley and then, looking at Harry, cancelled the plan. Knockturn Alley was where people who recognized Regulus Black drank in the middle of the afternoon. Knockturn Alley could wait. He decided the locket could also wait. It would not stay in the cottage with Harry. He took Creature aside and they went to the second smallest island in the scatter off the Cornish coast, and he buried the box in a hole warded with everything he had left, and he marked the hole only in his memory. He apologized to the locket, silently, for putting it in a hole. He apologized to himself for apologizing to a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Then he went home, and he did not think about it for one whole year. Instead he learned to be a parent. This turned out to be, for Regulus Black, exactly as difficult as one would expect. He had never held a baby before Creature handed him Harry. He had never made a bottle. He had never changed a nappy. He had, however, read extensively, and he approached the problem of child-rearing the way he had once approached advanced potions, with pride, with meticulous notes, and with a gritted determination not to look like a fool in front of the house elf. Creature. Yes, Master. This is not how you hold a baby. Master is holding the baby correctly. Then why is he crying? Babies cry, Master. He has not cried in 2 days. Babies cry, Master. He was, in those early months, painfully bad at it. He would forget to feed Harry until Harry screamed. He would put him down for a nap at the wrong time and pay for it in the evening. He would try, in a moment of tenderness, to read to him and discover that the book was about the Second Goblin Rebellion and that the baby was asleep before the preface. Creature watched all of this with an unreadable expression and occasionally intervened, gently, with the air of a butler steering a drunken employer away from a chandelier. By the time Harry was 2, Regulus had got a little better. By the time Harry was 3, Regulus was a different man entirely. He had not noticed it happening. That was the terrible, wonderful thing. He had set out to do a duty, he had ended up, without meaning to, in love. He loved the way Harry stomped into rooms as if he were the new master of a very small castle. He loved the way Harry refused peas. He loved the way Harry, upon discovering that the sea was not drinkable, held a grudge against it for an entire afternoon. He loved the soft snuffling sound Harry made in his sleep. He loved that Harry called him Reg, because Regulus was too many consonants for a toddler, and he had allowed Reg, and then he had become Reg, and he had not been Reg to anyone, ever, in his life, not even Sirius. Sirius would have liked Reg. Sirius was in Azkaban. Regulus thought about Sirius every day. He drafted letters to the ministry. He burned them. He drafted letters to Amelia Bones, who had always struck him as an honest woman. He burned those too. The problem was that any inquiry from Regulus Black would draw attention to Regulus Black, and any attention at all threatened Harry. He compromised. He paid a solicitor in Diagon Alley, through Creature, under a false name, to request a copy of Sirius's trial transcript for a private biographer of the Black family. The solicitor sent back a polite note saying there was no trial transcript, because there had been no trial. Regulus read the note 3 times, then 4, and then he went outside and kicked a gorse bush until his boot split and he bled through the toe. No trial, he said to the sea. No trial. Harry, age 3, came out to see what the shouting was about, and Regulus picked him up and held him very tightly and said nothing. That was the moment, though Regulus would not know it for years, when he decided that eventually he would get his brother out. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. When Harry was older, and safer, and when the world had quieted enough that a black operating into the ministry with proof would not mean Harry being dragged into the open with him. When the time was right. In the meantime, he raised the boy. He raised him carefully. He raised him well. He raised him with the understanding that Harry would have to go out into the wizarding world one day and that on that day he would be, whether he liked it or not, Harry Potter, and so Regulus taught him the things Harry Potter would need to know. He taught him the history of the wizarding wars in plain language, without ever naming himself as a participant. He taught him the names of the Death Eaters, all of them, including the ones Regulus had once eaten dinner with, because a child hunted by dead men ought to know their faces. He taught him Latin because it was in every spell in the Western canon and because Harry liked the way it sounded. He taught him to read, at 4, because Harry was bright and demanding and would otherwise pester the books until the books fell off the shelves. He taught him to cook plain food, because Creature could not be everywhere, and because a wizard who cannot feed himself is a wizard at the mercy of the nearest tavern. Reg, said Harry one afternoon in the summer he was 5, stirring a pot with a spoon too big for him, why are we by ourselves? Regulus had been waiting for this question for 3 years and had still not prepared an answer. He said, truthfully, because it is not safe for us to be seen. Why not? Because there were bad men once, and some of them are still alive, and they would be very interested in you. Why me? Because of what you did when you were a baby. What did I do when I was a baby? Regulus turned the wooden spoon slowly. The pot was lentil soup. Creature was in the garden with his own miseries. You lived, he said. When someone else wanted you dead. Harry considered this, gravely, the way he considered most information. He had a way of receiving facts that made Regulus think of a careful clerk receiving deposits. Was that you? Harry asked. Regulus nearly dropped the spoon. Was what me? The one who wanted me dead. No. Regulus knelt, very slowly, so he was level with the boy. No. Never. Harry. Listen to me. I was never that. Do you understand? Then why are we hiding from you? We are not hiding from me. We are hiding with me. From other people. Oh. Harry nodded. Okay. He went back to stirring. Regulus stayed kneeling for a long time afterward, in the middle of the kitchen floor, looking at a 5-year-old's back and wondering how, exactly, the universe had decided that he was the one who should be here. That night, after Harry was asleep, Regulus went down the narrow stair to the cellar, where he had turned the old coal cupboard into a kind of chapel. There was no altar. There was a small stone shelf he had set into the wall, and on the shelf he had placed 4 things, a lock of Sirius's hair he had kept since childhood, a single photograph of the Potters from their wedding, cut out of a prophet archive Creature had retrieved for him, a page he had torn from his own diary dated the night he swallowed the potion, and a small wooden toy griffin that Harry had accidentally left behind when they moved downstairs one evening and that Regulus had, irrationally, refused to return. He stood before the shelf with a candle and he said aloud, to no one, the oath he had been saying almost nightly since the boy had come into his house. I, Regulus Arcturus Black, swear that I will raise Harry James Potter in safety, in truth, and in love. I swear that I will keep him from those who hunt him. I swear that when the time comes, I will not keep him from himself. I swear that I will destroy every remnant of the Dark Lord I can lay my hands on, so long as I can do so without harm to this child. I swear that if I die in this, I die clean." He blew out the candle. Upstairs, a child turned in his sleep and kicked off his blanket, and Creature, unseen, pulled it back up to his chin. The locket, on its island, slept. And far to the north, in a stone cell over the grey North Sea, a man who had once been Sirius Black lay on a stone floor with his hands over his ears and dreamed, for reasons he could not explain, of a baby with green eyes in a kitchen that smelled of lentils. He dreamed it often, in those years. He clung to it. He did not know, and would not know for a long time, that the dream was, in its own way, a kind of message, that somewhere, against every expectation in the world, someone was doing the one thing he had been convicted of failing to do. Somewhere, against every expectation, someone was keeping Harry safe. Somewhere, his brother was raising his godson. Somewhere, the House of Black was quietly, slowly, beginning to become something new. The world had, meanwhile, begun to look for him. It began on a grey November morning in 1981, when Arabella Figg, who had spent 6 weeks moving her cats and her furniture into a modest house in Little Whinging, walked down the pavement at dawn to collect her milk and noticed that the front step of number 4, Privet Drive, was empty. She had been told there would be a basket on it. She had been told there would be a baby in the basket. There was, instead, a square of cold concrete with 3 dead leaves on it and a thin frost drawn around them like chalk. She went inside, sat down at her kitchen table, and wrote a single word on a slip of parchment. Gone. The owl left. She put the kettle on. She waited. At Hogwarts, in a tower that was not on any student map, Albus Dumbledore set down his teacup with a small sound that might have been surprise and might have been something else entirely. He read the slip twice. He read it a third time. He did not shout. He did not rise immediately. He set the parchment face down on his desk, and then he reached up and touched, absently, the long bridge of his broken nose. "Well," he said to Fawkes. "That is inconvenient." Fawkes, on his perch, said nothing. "I was going to have 13 years, Dumbledore told the Phoenix. And I think, perhaps, I have already lost one." He stood. He collected his cloak and his wand and a small silver instrument that he slipped into an inner pocket, and he apparat. Number 4 was quiet. The front garden was edged and trimmed. The windows were clean. Petunia Dursley, on Dumbledore's third ring, opened the door halfway and stared out at him with that particular mix of outrage and guilt that Lily's sister had perfected in early childhood. "You," she said. "Good morning, Mrs. Dursley. You're not welcome here. I am aware. I am nonetheless here." Dumbledore's eyes moved past her, over her shoulder, into the hallway. A baby's basket was not on the step. A baby was not, so far as he could see, in the house. "May I come in?" "No. Mrs. Dursley," he said, very mildly, "I would like to know where Harry is." Her face did not change. Whatever else could be said of Petunia Dursley, she was a person of deeply consistent emotions. "Who?" "Harry Potter. Your nephew." "I do not have a nephew." "You do. I placed him on your doorstep 15 days ago." Petunia Dursley held the door. Something flickered behind her eyes, a calculation, a fear, a faint and private satisfaction. Dumbledore, who had been watching humans have realizations for 100 years, understood exactly what she was about to say before she said it. "I did not take him in," she said. "I will not lie to you. I did not open the door. Whatever you left there, you can find it. I do not have it. I have never had it." And then, in a surprising flash, with the venom of a cornered cat, "You cannot make me." He could, technically, have made her. He did not. He looked at her for another long moment, nodded once, and stepped back from her door. "Thank you, Mrs. Dursley. Do not come back." "I shall try not to." He operated from the front pavement, which gave Mr. Dursley's neighbors something to talk about for the next 40 years, and he did not return to Hogwarts. He went, instead, to the cold November garden of a cottage in Godric's Hollow, and he stood among the graves of the Potters and he thought. It was an unusual day for the headmaster of Hogwarts. It was a day on which he found that he had made a mistake, not a small mistake, not a procedural one, but one of the large mistakes, the ones he had accumulated over a very long life in a private ledger he did not let anyone else see. He had placed a child on a doorstep without confirming anyone had opened the door. He had assumed the blood wards would do a labor that required, also, the labor of human hands. Petunia Dursley had never loved her sister, and he had known that, and he had told himself it was enough that she would not let harm come to the sister's child. He had told himself a number of things. He stood in the graveyard for nearly an hour. When he walked out, he had made a small list in his mind, and the list was in priority order, and the first item on the list was find the boy. For 6 months, he could not. He cast spells. He used instruments. He sent Hagrid to interview every wizarding family within 20 miles of Little Whinging. He asked, carefully, at the Auror office whether any unusual apparitions had been registered on the night of November 1, 1981. He received an answer from a very young Kingsley Shacklebolt which was, in essence, that the entire country had been alight with unusual apparitions that night and that narrowing it down any further was approximately equivalent to asking which fish had passed through the channel on a given tide. Dumbledore thanked him. Dumbledore went home. Dumbledore continued to look. He did not inform the prophet. He did not inform the ministry. He reasoned, correctly, that a public panic over a missing savior would draw out worse things than the thing that had taken him. He allowed the world to believe, and the world did believe, that Harry Potter was safe in the custody of loving relatives in an undisclosed Muggle town, attending a Muggle nursery, unaware of his fame and protected by wards. This story held, because most stories hold if no one tries very hard to break them, and no one in 1982 had any reason to try. But Dumbledore knew. And Dumbledore, when he did not know something he wished to know, became an exceptionally patient hunter. He began, therefore, to build a second set of assumptions. If not a Death Eater, and he was confident it was not a Death Eater, for a Death Eater would have gloated, killed, or ransomed by now, then who? Who would take Harry, hide him, and not announce it? Someone who feared both sides. Someone the Death Eaters had lost. Someone who had loved the Potters, or hated Voldemort, or both. The list of suspects was not long. Dumbledore wrote it down. He burned the list. He remembered it regardless. At the top of his list, underlined twice, was the name of a man the prophet had listed among the war dead. Regulus Arcturus Black. It was a guess. It was a guess built on very small observations, a report, from Kingsley, that a black family elf had been seen at Grimmauld Place in late October and then not seen again, a letter he had received from Walburga Black, furious and incoherent, in which she denounced my disgrace of a younger son, in terms which suggested she knew something she was not saying, a persistent absence, in the usual channels, of Regulus's death warrant. The ministry had declared him dead in the autumn of 1979 on the testimony of 2 Death Eaters who had since retracted it, and nobody had bothered to update the paperwork because nobody particularly wanted Regulus Black to be alive. Dumbledore considered, for a long afternoon, the idea that Regulus Black might be alive. He considered the cave, and the locket, and the boy he had once taught potions to and who had once asked, shyly, whether there was any evidence that the soul could survive evil acts. He considered that a boy who had asked such a question might, perhaps, have left the Dark Lord's service. He considered that such a boy might, perhaps, be moved to collect a debt against the Dark Lord's ambitions in the form of a child. He did not go looking for Regulus Black. He waited. He waited because he had learned, over a century, that hunting the clever is a losing game until the clever come to you. He waited because the child, whoever had him, was probably safer than he would have been at Privet Drive, and because for the first time in his life Dumbledore was inclined to take the small mercy the universe was offering him. He waited because he did not yet know what to do with the prophecy, or with Voldemort's scattered Horcruxes, or with any of the 1,000 other things on a list that was very long. He waited, and across the country a baby grew. And Creature, on his errands for Master Regulus, walked once through Diagon Alley in the summer of 1982 wearing the glamour of an old Muggle woman, and he saw Albus Dumbledore standing at the counter of Gringotts with an expression Creature did not like, and Creature made himself very small and very fast and reported, that evening, that the headmaster was asking questions at the bank. Regulus listened. Regulus nodded. Regulus did not leave the cottage for 2 months after that, and when he did he went only to the one place he trusted, which was nowhere. There were other hunters, too. Bellatrix Lestrange, in her cell, did not hunt. She screamed. She sang. She raved. She claimed, in her more lucid hours, that the Dark Lord was not dead, and she claimed it with such conviction that her guards grew nervous and, eventually, grew bored, and eventually stopped listening. But her younger sister's husband's cousin was a man named Rabaston Lestrange, who was also in Azkaban, and Rabaston Lestrange had a younger brother-in-law whose second wife had a cousin at the ministry. In this way, over the years, a very thin trickle of information began to flow out of Azkaban and into the drawing rooms of those pureblood families that had not quite been ruined by the fall. And one of the things that flowed, in the summer of 1983, was a rumor, that Regulus Black, he of the rumored cave and the rumored heroism, might not actually have died. This rumor reached a man named Corban Yaxley, who was too junior then to be anyone important but ambitious enough to be dangerous. Yaxley sat on it. Yaxley kept notes. It reached, much later, Narcissa Malfoy, who did not believe it, because Narcissa did not believe anything that required her to adjust her mental inventory of the world. And it reached, inevitably, Bellatrix's only surviving free sibling besides Narcissa, her cousin Regulus's mother's sister's daughter, which is to say Andromeda Tonks, and Andromeda, reading the rumor in a letter from a cousin of a cousin, sat down at her kitchen table with a cup of tea and wept. She had loved Regulus, in her quiet way, when they were children. She had always thought he was the one who could have been saved. She wrote a letter. She addressed it to Grimmauld Place. She knew, perfectly well, that Grimmauld Place was sealed, and that if Regulus was alive he was not there. But she also knew that house elves carried letters home to their families, and that Creature, miserable little Creature, had always been fond of her. The letter said only this: if you are alive, be careful. Someone is whispering. If you need safe harbor, I am in Oxfordshire, in the village of Stanton-under-Wold. I will not tell anyone. I never did tell anyone. Love, Dromeda. Creature found the letter in his cubbyhole at Grimmauld the next time he visited to check the wards. He read it 3 times. He did not open it to Regulus immediately. House elves, on the whole, are better at politics than wizards give them credit for. He folded it into his apron and carried it home. When he gave it to Regulus, Regulus read it once, and then he folded it up, and then he walked down to the sea and stood there for a very long time. What will Master do? Creature asked, later. Nothing, said Regulus. Not yet. But I am glad she wrote. Master loved Miss Andromeda. I liked her. There's a difference. Creature does not see one. Regulus looked at his elf, and something in his face softened. Perhaps there isn't. Not any more. That winter, on Harry's 5th Christmas, Regulus put a wand in his hand for the first time. It was not really a wand. It was a willow switch that Regulus had sanded and polished and into which he had carved a very small rune of aptitude, the kind Ollivander used as a diagnostic tool. It was a practice wand, and it was harmless, and Harry, who had been waiting for this exact object for approximately 2 years, seized it with both hands and immediately cast the strongest lumos Regulus had ever seen out of a 5-year-old. Reg! Harry shouted. Reg, look, look! I see it. Harry, point that at the window, not at, but Harry had already spun, and the beam of white light caught Creature full in the face, and Creature, who had been carrying the Christmas goose, shrieked and dropped the bird, and the bird landed in a fire, and Regulus, who had not laughed properly in 6 years, laughed until he had to sit down. "I did magic," said Harry, triumphant. "You did," said Regulus, wiping his eyes. "You absolutely did. Did I do it right?" "You did it beautifully." "Creature, I am so sorry about the goose." "Creature," said Creature, with immense dignity, "will fetch another goose." And he did. And they ate it, the 3 of them, at the small kitchen table, with a candle stuck in a wine bottle and a view of the cold black sea through the small square window. And Regulus Black, who had walked into a cave to die, raised a glass of elf-made wine to his brother's godson, and said, "To you, Harry Potter. May you live a life nobody has written for you." Harry clinked his glass of milk against the glass of wine, very seriously. "To you, Reg," he said. "May you live a life nobody has written for you either." Outside, the wind rose. The sea broke against the cliff. Far to the north, in a stone cell, a thin man shivered and dreamed of laughter he had never heard. And in a tower in Scotland, an old man sat up suddenly, because one of his silver instruments had, for the first time in 3 years, given off a single faint chime, a sign, perhaps, of a wand being used. He noted the time. He noted the nearness. He did not move. Not yet. So, he said softly, into the dark of his office. "You are still alive, child. And he is still alive too." He did not smile. He did not frown. He reached, instead, for his teacup, and he sat with the dark, and he planned. The hunt, such as it was, had begun. Regulus knew it had begun, though not how. He woke the morning after the Lumos with a cold feeling behind his sternum that he had learned, in his Death Eater years, to trust. He went into Harry's room and watched him sleep for a while, and then he went down to the kitchen and sat with Creature and drew up, on the back of a torn envelope, a list of contingencies. "If the cottage is breached," he said, ticking the list off with his quill, "the first priority is the boy. Not the locket. Not the library. Not me. You take him to the second safest place. Do you remember where that is? The crofter's hut on the north coast of the Isle of Lewis. Good. If that is also compromised, you take him to the third safest place. The tunnel under the old black mausoleum in Highgate. Good. If that is also compromised, you take him to Andromeda." Creature blinked. "To the blood trader, master. To my cousin, Creature. If it comes to it. She will hide him. She will not ask why." "Yes, master. One more thing." Regulus folded the envelope and handed it to the elf. "If I am killed before you can reach any of those, you take him to Augusta Longbottom. Not to Dumbledore. Not to Minerva McGonagall, though I like her. Not to anyone at the ministry. Augusta. She will not love me, but she will not betray the boy." "Yes, master." Regulus sat a moment. Then he said, quietly, "Thank you." Creature's ears trembled. Master does not thank Creature. I do now. Get used to it. He was a different man by Harry's 6th birthday, not just from the man who had stumbled out of the lake, but from the man who had stood on this cliff 3 years before. The sea had taken something from him, and it had also given something. He had become, by small degrees, a person who could be trusted. He did not yet know whether he could trust the rest of the world with that person. The rest of the world had not earned it. But somewhere a clock had begun to tick. And in the years to come it would tick louder. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, A house in hiding. In the summer Harry turned 7, he caught his first fish. This was not, by Regulus's later count, the most important event of that summer. The most important event of that summer was the arrival, very quietly, of a silver letter in an owl's beak with no return address and a wax seal in the shape of a stag. The most important event of that summer was also, possibly, the discovery that Harry could speak to the gulls, or at least that the gulls would stand still when he looked at them, which was the same thing in a child. The most important event of that summer was certainly the night, in late August, when Regulus woke to find a masked man standing in the garden. But the first fish came first, and so the first fish is what Harry remembered. The rod was cut from a length of rowan that Regulus had put aside when he had trimmed the hedges. The line was elf-spun, the hook was a small, cold thing Regulus had bought in a muggle shop in Penzance, disguised as a woman of 70 because that was the glamour he always used when he needed to disappear and because there was something pleasant, in the privacy of his head, about being old and ignored. "There," he said, kneeling on the rocks. "Cast out." "No. Not at my face, Harry. Away from the shore." "Like this?" "Yes. Now wait. Fish are patient things." "Are they?" "Yes. You are not a patient thing." "Harry," said Regulus, "I am going to put you into the sea." Harry laughed, and at that exact instant the rowan jerked in his hands and dragged him 3 feet down the rocks before Regulus could catch him, and then Regulus was laughing too, and then both of them were laughing, and Creature, standing up at the garden gate with a towel, shook his head with the dignity of the truly long-suffering. The fish, when they got it ashore, was a mackerel. It was not large. It was the first living thing Harry had killed by his own hand, and when he realized this halfway through their climb back up the cliff, he stopped on the path and stood with the mackerel hanging from his fist and stared at it with such intensity that Regulus paused beside him and waited. "Reg." "Yes. It's going to die." "It is. It already is." "Did I do that?" Regulus crouched on the path. The wind had picked up. Far below, the waves were moving in great white lines against the granite. "You did," he said. "You hooked it and you pulled it out of the water. That is what you did. Is that bad?" "It is something." "It is not bad. But it is something. What matters, Harry, is what you do next." "What do I do next?" "You thank it. You gut it properly. You do not waste it. And you understand, always, that the next time you are hungry and there is a mackerel in the sea, you are going to have to do this again, and that this is what it costs to eat." Harry considered this, with his usual gravity. Then he lifted the fish up, very seriously, and said, "Thank you, mackerel." "Good. Can I also say thank you to the sea?" "Always. Always thank the sea." Regulus would remember that conversation when Harry was much older and killing things that were much more difficult to gut. But that was later. They walked up the cliff together with the mackerel, and Creature took the fish with a little bow and took it away to the kitchen, and that night they ate it with bread and samphire and a glass of elderflower wine for Regulus and a glass of elderflower cordial for Harry, and when Regulus had tucked Harry into bed and was going down the stairs he heard, through the half-open door, a very small voice whisper, "Thank you, Reg." He did not go back. He did not trust his own face. He went down to the kitchen and sat with Creature, who was polishing a ladle for no reason, and they said nothing for a very long time. The silver letter arrived the next morning. It came with an owl Regulus did not recognize, a small tawny with a silver ribbon tied to one leg. The owl swept in through the open kitchen window, landed on the back of the chair opposite Regulus, and waited. Regulus looked at it. It looked at him. Creature, at the counter, froze like a hare. "From whom?" The owl did not answer, because it was an owl. Regulus untied the ribbon and the small scroll it held. He read the scroll. Then he read it again. Then he said, in a voice Creature had not heard from him in 6 years, "How?" The scroll said, "I know you are alive. I know you have him. I am not angry. I will not tell. I write only because I think you should know that somebody at the ministry is asking about wands. Specifically, about the registering of a wand purchase that was never made, in 1979, to R. Black. I do not know who is asking. I know it is being asked. Be careful. D. Regulus held the scroll over the fire. He watched it burn, and then he watched the ashes, and then he stirred the ashes with his finger, and then he looked up at Creature and said, "We need to know who is asking about wands." "Yes, master." Quietly. "Yes, master. And I need to write back to my cousin." "Master will write to Miss Andromeda." "I will write to D. who may or may not be my cousin, and I will say thank you, and I will not say anything else. I will send it by owl from a different county. Find me one." "Yes, master." That was the beginning of the long thread that would, over the next 3 years, bind Regulus and Andromeda into a correspondence so thin and so careful that neither of them ever quite admitted, in writing, that they knew who was on the other end. They wrote about weather. They wrote about obscure botanical puzzles. They wrote about the gradual politics of the Wisengamot. Once, memorably, they wrote about recipes. The letters were carried by a rotation of owls purchased under false names from a small post office in Carfilly, and they were all burned upon reading. But inside those letters, in the margins between the recipes and the gossip, Andromeda told Regulus about a man named Corban Yaxley who had begun to spend time in a wine bar in Knightsbridge, and about a woman named Pansy Wetherall who had asked after the Black Family Archives, and about a ministry clerk named Bode who had been seen 3 times in Knockturn Alley. Regulus read all of it. Regulus made notes. And in the evenings he raised a boy. Harry at 7 was lean, and dark, and a little wary of strangers, which was good, as he had not met any, and very good at sums. He was not yet good at written spells, but he had a knack for wandless magic that made Regulus's hair stand up from time to time, and he had a talent for reading people's moods that was, to a man who had spent his childhood dodging his mother's, a small daily miracle. Harry knew, without being told, when Regulus was sad about Sirius. Harry knew, without being told, when Creature was angry at a spider. Harry did not know, yet, that these were skills. He thought everyone could do it. "Reg." "Yes." "Why do you go quiet after dinner sometimes?" "Because after dinner is when I think about my brother." "You have a brother?" Regulus set his book down. "Yes." "Where is he?" "He is in prison." Harry was still, for a moment, the way he went still when he was thinking through something difficult. Did he do something bad? He was accused of something bad. I do not believe he did it. What was he accused of? He was accused of betraying your parents to the man who killed them. Harry's face did a thing Regulus did not know a child's face could do, then. It went very small, and then it went very large, and then it went very still, and he said, "Oh. I am sorry. That is a great deal to learn." "Is your brother?" Harry hesitated. "Is he like you?" "He was always better than me." "He is probably worse now." "Azkaban is a bad place. Why don't you get him out?" Regulus took a long breath. "Because if I walk into the ministry, Harry, a great many people will learn that I am alive. And when they learn that, they will want to know why I am alive. And when they ask that, I am afraid they will find you." "Oh." Harry thought. "Then we can't get him out." "Not yet. But I want you to know, Harry, that one day we will. When you are old enough. When the world is safer. I will not let my brother die in that place. It is the one promise I have kept to myself." "Okay," said Harry. "I'll help." Regulus looked at him. "You will you?" "Yes. When I'm older." "That is a deal." They shook on it. Harry's hand was small and a little sticky. Regulus held it for longer than necessary. That was in July. In August the masked man came. Regulus woke because Creature's voice was in his ear, and Creature's voice was saying, "Master. Master. Master, wake, there is someone in the garden, and he is not anyone." Regulus was out of bed, wand in hand, before he was fully awake. He did not light a lamp. He moved through the cottage by memory. The cottage was warded, And the wards had held, whoever was in the garden had not crossed the threshold, but the wards had not woken him, only Creature had, and Creature was still trembling. "Where's Harry?" "In his room, sleeping. Creature has put him under a sleeping charm." "He will not wake, master." "Good." Regulus parted the curtain of the kitchen window by the width of a finger. "How many?" "One, master." Creature has looked. "One man." Description: tall. Masked. The mask is white, but it is not a Death Eater mask. It is cloth, not bone. He carries a wand. He walks like a man who knows he is watched. Regulus's mouth went dry. "Not a Death Eater." "No, master. The Death Eater's masks are skulls. This is a hood." "Then who?" Creature's ears twitched. "Master may go out and ask, if master wishes." Regulus considered this. He considered it for 3 long seconds. Then he said, "Lock Harry's door." "Hard lock." "Elf lock, not wand lock. If I am not back in 10 minutes, you take him to the second safest place." "Yes, master." Regulus stepped out of the back door into the garden. The masked man was standing by the blackthorn tree. He was, as Creature had said, tall. He was holding his wand loosely at his side, tip pointed at the ground, which was either a courtesy or a trap. Regulus stopped on the stone path, 3 yards from him, and waited. The man spoke first. "Regulus Arcturus Black," he said. "Who's asking?" "A friend. I have no friends who wear masks in my garden at 3 in the morning. Then consider me a neutral party." Regulus's grip on his wand did not tighten, it was already as tight as it would go. "Name yourself." "I will not. But I will tell you what I want, if you will listen." Regulus listened. "There is a man at the ministry," the masked man said, "who has been asking about you. He is not a Death Eater. He is not an old enemy. He is a clerk. His name does not matter. What matters is that he has been told to ask, and that the telling came from someone with gold. The question he is asking is whether you are dead. The next question he will ask is whether you are in Britain. The question after that, if he gets an answer, is where. Why are you telling me this? Because I owe your mother a debt, which I will never pay to her, and which I am choosing to pay to you." The masked man tilted his head. "Because I was a boy at Hogwarts when you were a boy at Hogwarts, and I remember you. Because I want nothing from you except the knowledge that I have done this. Do not look for me. Do not write to me. I will not be here again. What do you expect me to do with this?" "Move," said the masked man. He turned, walked 3 paces to the garden gate, opened it, stepped through, and disapparated with a small and professional pop. The pop was too small to have been heard by any muggle even close by. That alone told Regulus more about the visitor than anything the visitor had said. Regulus went back inside. He locked the door. He locked it again. He unlocked Harry's room and looked at Harry in the moonlight and touched, very gently, the cold shape of the boy's shoulder, and then he sat on the floor beside the bed for the rest of the night. Creature sat with him. "Will we move, master?" "No." "Master?" "Not yet. If I run, I draw a line. If I stay, I am still a ghost. We move when we must. We do not move when we are told to." "Yes, master. But we watch more carefully." "And Creature, yes, master. I think I know who that was. I am not sure. But I think he has done me a kindness. Do not ever let me forget that, if someone with his voice ever asks me for something in return." "Yes, master." The summer ended. The autumn came. The gulls changed their pattern, as they did every year, and Harry, at Regulus's request, began the first of what would become his formal lessons. Regulus had decided, after the visit of the masked man, that Harry must be able to defend himself, in a rudimentary way, by 8, competently by 10, and expertly by the time he went to school. He did not teach the boy curses. He taught him shield charms first. He taught him disarming charms second. He taught him the 5 wordless detections and the scatterfog. He taught him to fall without hurting himself, which he had learned as a child from a French gentleman of his mother's acquaintance and which he now passed along in the garden with a patience that would have astonished his Hogwarts professors. He taught him, very gradually, not to be afraid. "Why are you teaching me this?" Harry asked one rainy afternoon in October, when he was meant to be practicing his protego and had instead produced a curtain of smoke thick enough to make Creature cough. "Because the world is not safe for boys with your particular history. But we're safe here. We are safe here today. I do not plan to stay here forever. And besides," Regulus waved a hand at the smoke, "it would be a terrible thing to teach you to suffocate my elf and then send you out untrained." "Sorry, Creature." "Creature forgives the young master," wheezed Creature, from under a towel. Young master was new. Regulus had noticed, over the last year, that the elf had begun using it without instruction. It had made him quietly, unreasonably pleased. The lessons continued. The years began to move. In the autumn Harry was 8, a runner came to the village at the foot of the cliff. He was a ministry census-taker, ostensibly, a pale young man with a clipboard, going from door to door asking after the ages of the children in the house and whether they would be attending wizarding primary arrangements. The village was Muggle. The villagers politely told him they did not understand the question. The census-taker thanked them, checked his clipboard, and walked up the coastal path in the direction of the cottage that nobody in the village could quite remember. He did not reach it. The Fidelius held. His own feet grew confused. He stopped on the path, turned, scratched his head, and walked back, and when he reached the pub he asked the barmaid whether she knew a Mr. Black anywhere in the area, and the barmaid, who was an honest Muggle, said, "Does he drink here?" The census-taker said no. "Then I wouldn't know him, would I, love?" The census-taker wrote a short, frustrated note on his clipboard and operaed back to London, and in London a file went across a desk and was stamped and filed and forgotten. Regulus learned about the census-taker, by Owl from Andromeda, 3 days later. "He is trying," Regulus said to Creature. "He does not know where to look, but he is trying. Dumbledore is patient. Yaxley is patient. Someone behind one or both of them is patient. We cannot assume patience runs out." "No, master. We will begin," said Regulus, "to look for the pieces. I have been putting it off. I cannot put it off forever." "The pieces, master." Regulus's eyes went to the cabinet where, long ago, the locket had sat. The cabinet was empty now, and had been empty for years. The locket was in a hole on an island, which was as much as any living soul knew. But there were other pieces. "There are 7 of them," he said. "Perhaps 6 now. I am not certain about the 7th. I want to start with the ones I can find." "The diary, master." Regulus looked at him sharply. "How do you know about the diary?" Creature listens. "Evidently." Regulus rubbed his eyes. "Yes. The diary. And a ring. And a cup. And a diadem. I have been thinking about this for years. I have written out what I know. I have not acted on any of it because I did not want to leave the boy. I have decided that I cannot afford to wait any longer. Some of these things are in places I can get at. The cup is at Gringotts, which I cannot enter. The ring is at the Gaunt Shack, which I can. The diadem is at Hogwarts, which I will not go near. The diary is with the Malfoys, which is the worst of all, because Lucius is exactly stupid enough to use it as a weapon one day." Creature frowned. "Master will go to the Gaunt Shack." "Not yet. I will study the ring before I go. It is rumored to be cursed beyond ordinary curses. I do not intend to die on someone else's trinket. And the diary, master?" "The diary I will not steal. The diary I will wait for. Lucius is the kind of man who tells his secrets. He will use it eventually. Somewhere. When he does, there will be signs. He looked at the elf. Creature. I am going to start writing letters. Anonymous. Harmless. To Andromeda, and through her to one or two others. I want a small web of eyes. I want to know when strange things happen at Hogwarts, at the Ministry, at Malfoy Manor. I want to know about dreams. I want to know about possession cases. I want to know about children who begin to speak languages they should not know. If anything begins to stir in the world that looks like our old master returning, I want to know before Dumbledore does. That is a great deal, master. I know. Regulus permitted himself a small, rare smile. I am a black. We are historically good at great deals. By the winter Harry was 9, Regulus had built his little web. It was not a large web. It was not, if he was honest, a web at all, more a handful of threads, cast carefully in different directions, some of which had not yet caught on anything. But it was something. He had Andromeda, who was his closest friend in the world without ever having seen his face as an adult. He had, through Andromeda, a man named Ted Tonks, who had been Andromeda's husband for 10 years and whom Regulus had, to his considerable surprise, come to like very much on the strength of his observations about Wisengamot procedure. He had a tenuous and grudging alliance with Augusta Longbottom, whom he had approached, one cold evening, through an intermediary, with a letter that did not sign itself Regulus Black but that invited her to tea in Diagon Alley with a description of his own face written on the inside of the envelope. Augusta had come. Augusta had stared at him for a very long moment over her cup and then she had said, I have lost a son. I will not lose another boy. What do you want from me? He had wanted only her willingness to hide Harry, should anything go wrong. She had agreed. That was all. He had, by indirect means, one set of eyes at the Ministry, a former classmate of his, a minor records clerk named Graham, who was receiving small monthly payments from a vault registered to nobody in particular and who delivered, once a month, a bundle of photocopies that Regulus examined carefully and burned. He had, through Creature, informal acquaintances with 2 Diagon Alley shopkeepers and 1 Nocturne Alley pawnbroker who sold him rare books and told him, in exchange for good gold, what had been asked for recently and by whom. He had, on the Cornish coast, a relationship with a Muggle postman named Jim who believed Regulus was a reclusive writer named Mr. Hart, and who was willing, for a weekly allowance of biscuits, to drop any odd letters at a P.O. box in Penzance rather than at the cottage's real address. He had, in short, a life. It was not the life he had expected. It was also not a life that anyone on his mother's side of the family would have recognized. He had also, quietly, begun a map. The map was on the floor of his study, under a rug. It was a map of Britain, a Muggle Ordnance Survey sheet, and on it he had marked, in small colored pins, every place where, according to his memory of Voldemort's table talk, the Dark Lord might have hidden something of himself. The ring at Little Hangleton. The locket under the sea, he did not mark the exact island, even on his own map, but he stuck a pin in the general sea box to the south. The cup in Gringotts Vault 711, Bellatrix had let that slip once at a dinner Regulus would give a finger to forget. The diary, wherever it was, at the Malfoys or in transit. The diadem at Hogwarts, or so he believed, though diadem and Hogwarts together made him think of the ghost of Ravenclaw and of a rumor he had half heard at a funeral when he was 15. And one more pin, unlabeled, that marked a hunch and nothing more, a pin at Little Hangleton Church, because if the Dark Lord had been the kind of man who kept a thing near a grave he had visited, there would have been nowhere else. He looked at the map some nights for a long time. Harry did not know the map existed. Creature knew, and Creature did not speak of it. In the spring Harry was 10, he found it. It was an accident. He had gone into the study, looking for Regulus's atlas, and had tripped on the rug, and the rug had moved, and under the rug was Britain with a constellation of pins in it, and Harry crouched over the map with the atlas still in his hand and stared for a long time. "Reg," he called. Regulus came. He saw the map. He saw Harry's face. He crouched beside him, and for a moment neither spoke. "Is this a game?" Harry asked. "No. Is this what we're doing?" "Partly." "There is," Regulus breathed out, "there is a reason I have not yet told you all of this. You are young. I wanted to give you more years. I'm 10. Yes. Tell me." Regulus looked at him. The boy had green eyes, and black hair, and a scar on his forehead that the boy had never seen mentioned in the prophet because the boy had never been shown a prophet, and he had the steady, slightly stubborn look of somebody who had already worked out half the answer for himself. "Not tonight," said Regulus, because he was also a coward. "But soon. I promise. Soon. Before my 11th birthday. Harry. Before my 11th birthday." Harry's jaw set. "Please, Reg." Regulus closed his eyes. He thought, he is 10. He thought, he is his father's son and his mother's son and now, in some way, my son. He thought, he deserves to know. "Before your 11th birthday," he said. "Yes. I swear it." Harry stood. He held out a small hand, solemn as a judge. Regulus shook it. "Okay," said Harry. "Now can I have the atlas?" Regulus laughed. The laugh was a little strangled. "Yes. Take the atlas." Harry took the atlas. Harry left the study. Regulus rolled up the rug over Britain. Creature, in the hall, who had been listening the way elves do to the walls of a house they have kept alive by hand, put one small hand over his mouth and said nothing. Outside, a spring storm had begun to walk along the sea. Regulus slept badly that night. He lay in the dark and looked at the cracks in the ceiling and rehearsed, as he had rehearsed 100 times, the conversation he would have to have with Harry before Harry's 11th birthday. He had thought, once, that he might tell the boy everything on the boy's birthday itself. "Here is who you are, here is who I am, here is the prophecy." He had decided months ago that this was a bad plan. Birthdays were for cake. The conversation should come earlier and have nothing to do with candles. He had come to think of late May as the deadline. The storm outside rattled the single window. Somewhere in the house creature moved softly. Regulus did not sleep until the rain broke. The next morning, because children are forgiving, Harry had moved on from the map. He was interested instead in a crab he had found on the shore, a small, dead thing which he wished, he said, to study. Regulus set him up in the garden with a tin pan and a pair of pliers, and Harry began a careful, unsqueamish dissection with the air of an apprentice anatomist, and Regulus sat on the step with a book he was not reading and watched him work. "Reg." "Yes. You said there are things we're looking for." "I did. Are they dangerous?" "Yes." "Will I help with them?" "Not yet. Maybe when you are older." "Like, how old?" "Older than 10. Harry nodded solemnly and returned to his crab. The wind off the sea was moving his hair in the particular way that always struck Regulus as unfair. It was too long, and too dark, and it was exactly the hair of James Potter, and Regulus had known James Potter only well enough to have hated him on principle and was now, late in the game, coming to appreciate the trouble of having a child who looked just like someone you owed an apology to. 3 weeks after the map incident, a letter came from Andromeda that Regulus had to read sitting down. It said, in their usual code, "The man asking at the ministry has stopped asking. He has been moved, quietly, to another department. He has been replaced by a woman. The woman is more careful. She is asking about houses. She has the list of the Black family properties, and she is inquiring which ones are registered as occupied and which are not." Regulus read it twice. He put it into the fire. He went out into the garden. He stood with his back to the sea and his eyes on the blackthorn tree for a long time. "Creature." "Yes, master." "Is Wyvernstone listed on the Black family registry?" "No, master." Master's grandfather Pollock struck it from the registry when he retired. The cottage is on a deed under a false name. It pays its taxes to the Muggles as a holiday let to a family that does not exist. Good. Excellent. Regulus exhaled. Then she can ask all she likes. She will find us nowhere. Yes, Master. But Grimmauld Place is listed. Yes, Master. I want the wards there strengthened. I do not want to step foot in that house. I do not want anyone to step foot in that house. I want her to walk up to the door and find it gone. Can you do that? Creature can. It will take some days. Take them. Creature went. Creature came back 3 nights later with dust in his ears and a long scrape on one arm and a weary little bow, and he reported that number 12 Grimmauld Place had been sealed behind the deepest ward a house elf of the Black family could raise, and that Walburga's portrait, when informed of the sealing, had screamed for an hour and then, for reasons of its own, fallen into a kind of sulking silence. Thank you, Creature. Yes, Master. Eat a biscuit. Master is too kind. I am not. I am a practical man who needs his elf alive. Eat a biscuit. In the weeks that followed, the woman at the ministry worked her way through the Black family registry and came to a dead end, as Regulus had known she would. The registry was an old and dusty thing, and none of the properties on it were Wyvernstone. For a little while, the thread of that particular hunt went slack. Regulus did not relax. Regulus knew that threads of this kind went slack because somebody on the other end was tying a different knot. He used the slack to travel. It was a small thing at first. He had begun, cautiously, to make day trips. He would leave Harry with Creature at dawn, glamoured heavily, and apparate to obscure corners of Britain to look at things. He went to the village of Little Hangleton for the first time since the Dark Lord had taken him there on a pilgrimage, when he was 17. He stood in the churchyard and looked at the riddle graves, 3 of them in a neat row, and he felt the cold of the ground under his boots and he felt, below the cold, a second cold that was not the ground. He did not go up to the house on the hill where the Gaunts had lived. Not yet. He marked the location in his head. He went to the cliffs of a Yorkshire beach. He went to a small cave in Wales that the diary of a long-dead Auror had mentioned in passing. He went to a Muggle rubbish tip in Hertfordshire because someone had written in the Prophet, years ago, about an anomalous magical reading there, and Regulus wondered whether one of the pieces might have moved. He found nothing definite at any of these places. He found, at the rubbish tip, a large number of bottle tops and the ghost of an unfortunate cat. He came home tired. He did not come home without stories for Harry, because Harry was a boy of nearly 11 who had never been east of Cornwall, and who hung on any fragment of news about the world with an intensity that sometimes made Regulus's chest ache. What were the people like? Grumpy. What did they eat? Mostly fish. Did you see any magic? Not by you. I saw an old witch sell a stoat pelt to a younger witch who should have known better. I did not see anything important. But you were looking for something. I was. Did you find it? No. Not this time. But I know a little more than I did before. That was the thing about Harry. He did not press. He noticed the shape of the answer and waited for the details to be offered. He had the kind of patience children were not supposed to have. Regulus sometimes wondered, uneasily, how much of that patience was temperament and how much was the quiet fact that Harry had grown up almost entirely in the company of 2 people and a silence. He resolved, privately, that when Harry went to Hogwarts, he would be careful to let the boy be loud. There was, at the edges of all this, Sirius. Regulus thought about Sirius every day. Sirius did not know he was thought about. Sirius did not know anything very coherent anymore. Sirius, in the early years of his imprisonment, had wept sometimes and shouted sometimes and, very occasionally, on good days, had remembered the faces of his friends in a kind of slideshow that felt to him almost like a hallucination. He had turned into Padfoot in his cell, for comfort and for protection against the Dementors. Padfoot slept. Padfoot dreamed of smells, grass, bacon, Lily Evans's perfume, old whiskey, a small boy who smelled, improbably, of sea salt and lentils. Padfoot did not know why the small boy kept appearing in his dreams. Padfoot had never met the small boy. But Padfoot was, in his own slow and wordless way, coming to suspect that the small boy was real. It was a suspicion that would save a life, eventually. It would not save it soon. Regulus did not yet know about the dreams. He knew only what he had known for years, that his brother was in Azkaban, that his brother had been given no trial, that his brother's innocence was a thing Regulus had to prove with patience. He had laid the groundwork. He had, with Andromeda's help, begun to compile a quiet file of observations about Peter Pettigrew, who had also been declared dead after the fight on the Muggle Street but whose death, interestingly, had been declared on the word of the same ministry officials who had never given Sirius a trial. The file was thin. The file was suggestive. The file could not, on its own, open a cell. Soon, Regulus would say to himself, when he passed Peter's photograph in the file. Not today. But soon. In the meantime the boy grew. He grew taller. He grew louder. He began, with the first faint adolescent urgency, to ask questions Regulus did not know how to answer about mothers and fathers. Reg. Yes, Harry. Was my mother funny? I did not know her well. But I saw her laugh. Yes, I think so. Was my father kind to her? I think so. You don't know for sure. I did not know him well. Did you like him? Regulus paused. He had, he noted with some interest, become a man for whom honesty was the default position. No. When I was a boy, I did not like him. I thought he was loud and vain and I envied him. I have since decided that he was probably loud and vain and admirable. That is a thing one can decide about a person one did not know. Did he like you? He didn't know me. He knew my brother, who he loved more than almost anyone. If he had known me, I don't think he would have liked me. But perhaps he would. He had a forgiving streak. Would he have liked me living with you? Regulus looked at him for a long time. He would have preferred that you lived with him. Yes, but since that is not possible, I think he would have said, my thanks, Reg, and, after you with the bread, please. I think he would have been kind about it. I am quite certain Lily would have been. How do you know? Because she was a person who forgave things. Harry thought. Then he said, I'm glad she was like that. So am I. A week before Harry's 11th birthday, the letter came. It came in the evening. It came by Tawny Owl. The owl was careful and professional and did not knock anything over. It perched on the edge of the kitchen table, held out its foot, and waited. Harry, who had never received a letter in his life, stared at the owl for an entire minute before Regulus said, very gently, go on. It's yours. Harry took the letter. Mr. H. Potter, it said. The small back bedroom. The cottage by the sea. The address was precise, and it should not have been possible. Fidelius or no, the letter had found him. That was, as Regulus had known for years it would be, the moment at which his careful little architecture of secrets began, quietly and irrevocably, to fall apart. Reg, said Harry. It's from a school. I know. You know. I have been expecting it. Regulus's voice was calm, because he had rehearsed calm. Harry. Sit down. There are a great many things I need to tell you before tomorrow morning. Harry sat. Creature, in the doorway, with his hands folded over his apron, said nothing. You are, said Regulus, the famous one. And it is now. He looked at the letter on the table, and at the seal, and at the enormous uncertain thing the letter had just brought into the house. It is now, I am afraid, about to start mattering. Outside, the sun was setting over the sea, and inside, a fire was burning low on the grate, and a small, dark-haired boy with his mother's eyes looked across the table at the last man in his family and said, "Okay. Tell me." Regulus Black took a long, steadying breath. And he began. He told him about Voldemort. He told him the man's original name, and the man's ambition, and the man's fall. He told him about the war, in the shape of it, not the worst details could wait for an older boy. He told him about the Potters and the Fidelius and Pettigrew, and he told him, as gently as he could, about the night of Harry's first birthday, and about a woman who had stood between her son and a monster and made a choice that not even a monster could undo. He told him about the Dursleys. He told him about Creature coming for him. He told him, with a voice that shook once and then did not shake again, about the lake and the cave and the locket. He did not tell him about the prophecy. Not yet. He did not feel he had the right to hand a child the words a lunatic had spoken over his crib. He told him about Sirius. "So," said Harry, at the end, staring at his hands. "I have an uncle. Too. Me and Sirius. Sirius is the real one. I am, one might say, the in-law. You are the real one too, Reg." "Thank you, Harry." "And the school is Hogwarts. Your parents went there. Your godfather went there. I went there. My brother went there. We will discuss, tomorrow, whether you go. I have concerns. You should have concerns too. It is your choice. Do I have a choice? You always have a choice. That is the one thing I have tried to give you." Harry nodded slowly. Then he looked up, with the first uncertain smile of the evening, and said, "Reg. Can I be a Black?" Regulus blinked. "You can be whatever you want to be. You are a Potter. There is no shame in that. There is only, I want to be both. I want to be Harry James Potter Black. If that is allowed." Regulus's hand, which had been steady through the whole long confession, began to tremble. He put it under the table so the boy would not see. "That is allowed," he said. "That is more than allowed. That is, Harry, it would be my very great honor." "Okay," said Harry. "Then that is what I am. That is settled." He picked up the letter, held it out, and said, "Read it to me." Regulus took the parchment. Creature, in the doorway, had tears the size of grapes running down his long nose. Regulus cleared his throat and began to read. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you," the words went on. "The window was open. The sea was dark. A small boy sat at a kitchen table and listened with his entire self, and a tired man read, and an old elf wept politely into his apron, and a long way off, in a stone cell, a dog dreamed again, with a little more certainty, of the smell of lentils." When the reading was done, Harry asked, very quietly, one more question. "Reg. Is Hogwarts safe?" Regulus thought about the diadem, and the ghosts, and the creature he suspected still lived in some long-forgotten tunnel under the castle, and the politics of the staff, and the gossip of the students, and the man who had once taught him potions and who would, if Regulus sent the boy, be watching. Regulus thought about the snake in the grass and the chamber in the stone and the 1,000 places at Hogwarts where a child could slip between the cracks of the world. He thought about his brother, and his brother's friends, and the laughing photograph of 4 boys in a dormitory. "It is as safe as anywhere," he said. "And it is where the people who loved you were happy. I will tell you the dangers I know, and I will teach you how to walk past them. And I will be a letter away. Always." "Good," said Harry. "Then I think I will go." "Not tonight," said Regulus, and his voice broke a little, and he did not care. "Tonight we are still here. Tonight we will eat dinner, and tomorrow we will decide about school. Tonight is still ours." "Yes," said Harry. They ate dinner. The fish was trout. Creature served it on Regulus's mother's china, which had not been used since the sealing of Grimmauld, because Creature had decided, without consulting anyone, that the occasion demanded it. Nobody objected. Walburga Black's pattern of roses looked up at them from beneath the trout, serene, and said nothing, as a good dinner plate should. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Letters and Secrets. The morning after the Hogwarts letter, Harry came downstairs holding a list. "Good," said Regulus, who was frying bacon and who understood lists. "What is it?" "Things I have decided." "Read them." Harry cleared his throat with great ceremony. The list, in his looping 11-year-old handwriting, ran as follows: 1. I want to go to Hogwarts. 2. I want to be called Harry Potter Black at school, but I do not mind if the sorting hat says just Potter, because I understand it reads parchment and parchment can be wrong. 3. I want to meet your brother Sirius before he gets out of prison, because you said he will get out of prison, and I want to see the place he is in before he is not. 4. I want to meet Andromeda, who I have decided is my cousin. 5. I want to see Diagon Alley with you, and I know this might be dangerous, but I would like it anyway. 6. I do not want to talk to Albus Dumbledore until I have met him once without talking. Regulus turned the bacon. He was afraid, for a moment, to speak. He was afraid that if he spoke he would laugh, and that if he laughed the boy would think he was being laughed at. He finished the bacon and slid it onto a plate and set the plate between them, and he sat down opposite the boy, and he said, in a grave voice, "Those are all reasonable requests. I cannot grant number 3. Azkaban is not a place one can visit. I can, if you would like, tell you everything I can remember about what my brother looked like and sounded like when we were young. Would that do?" "Yes. I can grant number 4, carefully. I believe Andromeda would like to meet you." "Good. I can grant number 5. We will need to be clever. We will go in disguise. You will need to hold your hair over your forehead. We will go on a Wednesday because Diagon Alley is quiet on Wednesdays. I will teach you a glamour this afternoon that will change the shape of your nose. Does it hurt?" "No." "Okay. 6 is wise. You will have to meet Dumbledore eventually, but I will not put you in a room with him alone, not yet. I will go and see him myself, first. It is time." Harry stopped chewing. "You'll meet him. I have been planning it for years. You going to Hogwarts is the excuse I have been waiting for. If you are going to his school, I will not let him make the first move." Harry thought about this. "Is it safe?" "No. But it is safer than letting him find me by surprise. I will go on my terms. I will send a letter. I will choose the ground." Harry nodded. He took another piece of bacon. Then he said, in a voice casual enough to sound careful, "Can I come?" "No." "Okay," said Harry, and did not press, because one of the things he had learned from his uncle was the difference between a no that could be argued with and a no that could not. They went to Diagon Alley on the first Wednesday of August. Regulus was a gray-haired man of 56 with a slight limp, a pair of spectacles he did not need, and a walking stick that he had very deliberately designed to clack loudly on cobblestones, because an old man with a loud stick is a kind of invisible. Harry was a bookish boy with a fringe and a nose that, thanks to the glamour Regulus had refined overnight, was half an inch longer than his own and turned up at the end. His mother's eyes had been left alone. Regulus had decided that no one would match green eyes to a Potter without the scar, and the scar was under the fringe. Diagon Alley, on a quiet Wednesday, was still overwhelming. Harry stood at the entrance from the leaky cauldron and for a full 10 seconds did not move. He looked up. He looked across. He looked at the sign of Madame Malkin's and at the display window of a bookshop and at the floating golden owl above Aelops and at a witch in lime green robes who was scolding her son for leaving crumbs on the pavement. He looked at the whole of it, not as a boy who had seen pictures in books, he had, but as a boy who had not known, at his marrow, that any of it was real. "Reg," he said. "Reg, Reg, Reg. I know. I know. Can we?" "Yes. We have all morning. Gringotts first. Gringotts was a problem. The problem was that Regulus could not walk into Gringotts as Regulus, and could not walk into Gringotts as an imaginary old man of 56, because Gringotts, like all old banks, identified people by blood, not by face. But Harry Potter had a vault, and Harry Potter had a key, and Harry Potter, if he went to the counter with a plausible adult guardian, would be ushered in without much fuss. Regulus had a plan for this, and the plan involved, to his private irritation, Andromeda. "She is meeting us at the counter," he said, as they walked up the white stone steps. "She will say she is your aunt." The goblins do not care about the wizarding definition of aunt. They care about whether there is an adult with a plausible claim. She is a black, technically. It will hold. Will I like her? I think so. She is very direct. Good. Andromeda Tonks was waiting at the counter in the black wool dress she wore when she needed to feel formal, with her hair pulled back in a way that made her look, very faintly, like her terrible sister Bellatrix, and she took one look at the glamoured old man and the thin boy with the Potter eyes and she said, without preamble, "Reg." Regulus nearly dropped the walking stick. "Andromeda. I would know you anywhere. It's the mouth. Don't bother with the voice, it's worse than the face." "Hello, Harry." "Hello," said Harry, a little stunned. She held out a hand, not for shaking, but to lay on his shoulder. She did it lightly. She did not hug him. She did not try to cry. She did look him in the face for perhaps 3 seconds longer than was normal. Then she turned to the goblin at the counter and said, "My nephew would like to make a withdrawal from Vault 687. This is his key." The goblin looked at the key. The goblin looked at Harry. The goblin looked at Andromeda, with her straight-backed black family bearing, and the goblin did not, as goblins sometimes did, ask any inconvenient questions. He banged a small bell. A cart was sent for. In the cart, as they rattled down through the rock, Andromeda leaned across to Regulus and said, very quietly, "You look tired." "I am tired." "Where are you?" "Safe." "Eat more." "I will." "I have written to you 11 times this year. I have read every letter. If you die before I can yell at you properly for going into that cave, Regulus Arcturus Black, I will find you in hell and yell at you there." "Understood." Harry, listening, kept a studiously neutral face. He had decided already that he liked her. He made a note to remember, always, that liking and being liked were sometimes the same thing and sometimes not, and that in this case, as far as he could tell, they were. The vault was not the Potter vault. That was farther down. The Potter vault, when they reached it, was full in the way old family vaults are full, coins, and a few wrapped objects Harry did not touch, and 2 framed photographs of Lily and James that Regulus had asked Andromeda, by letter, to be sure were present. Harry stood for a long time in front of the photographs. Regulus stood a little behind him and did not speak. Andromeda stayed at the cart and watched the tunnel. "Reg." "Yes, Harry." They were, yes. "Okay." Harry took a handful of coins. Then he took a second handful. Then, on consideration, he took one of the photographs, the small one in the brass frame. He put it carefully in the inner pocket of his coat. Then he turned and walked back to the cart, and he did not look back at the vault, and Regulus was proud of him for both decisions. Upstairs, back in the sunlight, Andromeda walked with them to the pavement and stopped. "I cannot stay. Ted is expecting me. I only came because you asked." "Thank you. Thank me by not dying." "Noted." Harry. "Yes, Mrs. Tonks." "Andromeda. Or Aunt, if you want. Your call." Harry thought about this. "Aunt Andromeda." "Fine." She permitted herself, now, the barest of smiles. "You are a black, whatever your parchment says. You will be fine. If you meet my daughter Dora at Hogwarts, she is there as an Auror trainee liaison in the autumn, tell her I said hello. Do not tell her about your uncle. Good day. She disapparated. Harry looked up at Regulus, starry-eyed. I have an aunt, he said, not for the first time in his life, but for the first time with another human's agreement on the word. You have an aunt. They did the rest of the shopping. Madame Malkin's, black robes, 3 sets, with a cloak. Flourish and blots, a stack. Potions ingredients from a shop that smelled of rotten ginger. Cauldrons from a shop that smelled of tin. They did not go, as was traditional, to Ollivander's. Regulus had a reason for this. The reason was that Ollivander remembered wands, and Ollivander had sold Regulus a wand in 1972, and Ollivander was the kind of man who could, on a bad day, see through a glamour as though it were cellophane. You will buy a wand on the train, if we must, Regulus said, as they walked out of Flourish and Blots with an enormous bag. There is a man at King's Cross who carries reserve wands for Muggleborns who do not make it to Ollivander's. I have arranged a meeting with him, through a friend of Andromeda's. You will pretend you are a nervous Muggleborn who could not find the alley. He will ask you 3 questions. You will answer them honestly. He will hand you a box. He will not ask your name. Will the wand choose me? Yes. It will be a small, shameful affair, and the wand will choose you anyway, because that is how wands work. There will be no showing off. There will be no sparks in the shop. I apologize in advance for the lack of romance. It's okay. I am sorry about Ollivander. It is a lovely place. I will go another time. After. Yes. After. The word hung in the air between them. After was a country neither of them had mapped yet. They had lunch at a small, almost empty cafe at the edge of the alley, in a corner where the window was hazy enough that no one could see them well from the street. Regulus ordered for both of them in the cracked voice of his old man Glamour. Harry, peering over the top of a menu, asked a question in a whisper. Reg. Yes. What are we going to do about Sirius? Regulus paused. The cafe was loud enough, in its dim way, to swallow the question. I have a plan. A real plan. A real plan. It has been in pieces for years. It is now almost whole. I have been waiting for the right moment. I think the right moment is this autumn. Tell me. Regulus considered. Then he did. The plan was, in outline, this: Peter Pettigrew, who was declared dead in 1981 but whose body had never been found except for one small finger, had not, in Regulus's carefully argued opinion, died that day. Peter Pettigrew was alive. Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus. Regulus had deduced this years ago from old school stories of Sirius's, and Andromeda had, just months before, confirmed through a ministry friend that 3 unregistered rat animagus reports had come out of Hogwarts in the late 60s. Peter Pettigrew was therefore, almost certainly, alive and hiding as a rat. If Peter could be found, alive, in a family somewhere, and the ministry could be forced to look, then Sirius's conviction would fall apart. The ministry's whole case against Sirius had rested on the premise that he had blown up Pettigrew on a Muggle street. If Pettigrew was alive, Sirius was innocent. But how do we find him, said Harry, staring at his soup. We don't. We ask the people who might already have him. There are roughly 8 wizarding families in Britain who have had a tame rat in the house continuously for more than 11 years. I have written out the list. It is, I grant you, a strange list of questions to ask people. But I have a strange way to ask. How? Through the Prophet. A small classified ad, Saturday edition, run anonymously. Pet services. A rat catcher, offering free house checks, claiming to be on a charity run, offering to scan each rat with a small magical amulet that detects animagus signatures. The amulet exists. I have built one. Andromeda tested it last Tuesday. When we find Peter, we'll know. And then we will have something no one can explain except by the fact of his survival. Reg. Yes. That is a really stupid plan. Regulus looked up sharply, and then, after a second, he laughed. It was a quiet laugh. It was one of the purer laughs of his life. It is, he said. It is extremely stupid. But it is also the only plan I have come up with in 9 years that does not start with me storming the ministry and ending my life as a smear on a corridor. Do you have a better one? No. Then we try the stupid one. Eat your soup. Harry ate his soup. They went home. Back at Wyvernstone, with the shopping stacked in the hall and the glamours wiped, Regulus sat down at his desk to write the letter he had been dreading for 9 years. He wrote it 3 times. He tore up the first 2. The third one, which he kept, read, Professor Dumbledore, I understand you have, in one fashion or another, been looking for me for some years. I am aware that my disappearance has caused you concern. I write now only because I have learned that a boy who has been in my care for some time has received his Hogwarts letter. I propose to meet you. I propose the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, at 3 in the afternoon on Tuesday, August 13th. I will be unarmed. I will be alone. I will leave at any moment of my choosing. I will not tell you where I have been, and I will not tell you where I am going. I will, however, answer any question you ask me about the child, within the limits of his safety. I would like to ask you, in return, for one thing. I would like you not to tell anyone that I am alive. I would like to keep, for as long as possible, the habit of not existing. I have found it restful. Regards, R. B. He sent the letter by a tawny owl borrowed from the village postmaster, whose name was Jim, and who had been told that it was bound for a friend in Scotland, and who did not ask further. The owl returned the next morning with a single line in green ink, 3 sounds ideal. I shall bring tea. A.D. Harry, when Regulus told him, went very still. You are really doing it. Really doing it. Will you come home? Yes. Do you promise? Regulus hesitated, then said, I promise to try very hard. Reg. Yes. No. Promise. He looked at the boy. He thought of all the years he had worked not to tell the boy lies. He thought of all the things he had learned in that work, including that an 11-year-old child could tell, at 40 paces, when his guardian was dodging. I promise, he said. I will come home. He did not quite believe it as he said it. He said it anyway. Some promises you make because they are true. Some promises you make because, if they are not true, the grief will break the person you promised, and you do not want to be the one to break them. Regulus had become, over 10 years, very fluent in the second kind. He went to Hogsmeade on the 13th. He went in his own face, not a glamour. That had been a decision, and it had been a hard one, and he had made it because the thing he had come to do required that Albus Dumbledore look at Regulus Arcturus Black and see Regulus Arcturus Black, not a prop. He walked up Hogsmeade High Street in a plain dark travelling cloak. He did not look at honeydukes. He did not look at zonkos. He looked at his boots, and at the shape of the 3 broomsticks ahead of him, and at the bright clean afternoon light on the old slate roofs. Dumbledore was waiting in a private room at the back of the broomsticks. He was dressed in a travelling robe the colour of plums. He had, as promised, tea. He had, as not promised, also a plate of small biscuits that he was eating one at a time with an air of tremendous delicacy. He rose when Regulus came in, politely, and inclined his head. Mr. Black. Headmaster. Sit, please. These biscuits are ginger. I apologize if you dislike ginger. I do not dislike ginger. Then you are welcome to one. I have been eating them for 15 minutes. I am now approaching the point at which my self-restraint will fail. Regulus sat. He did not take a biscuit. He accepted tea. He watched Dumbledore over the rim of the cup. Dumbledore watched him back with, Regulus thought, something that was not quite hunger and not quite mercy. You look well, Dumbledore said. I look tired. You have been tired for 10 years. Yes. There was a small silence. Regulus did not break it. He had decided, on the road up, that he would let the old man speak first as often as possible, so as to learn the shape of what the old man wanted. You have raised the boy, Dumbledore said at last. I have. Well. I think so. You will be able to judge, soon enough, from the other end of a staff table. I confess I am looking forward to it. He has been, I will not insult you by pretending otherwise, a great private worry for me for some time. He is alive. He can read. He can cook lentil soup. He can cast a shield charm that does not collapse. He knows the names of his parents. He knows the name of his godfather. He knows that his godfather is innocent. Dumbledore set his cup down. Does he? He knows it from me. He will, I suspect, come to believe it on his own. Mr. Black, said Dumbledore softly, are you going to tell me what you know about Sirius? Regulus looked at him for a long time. No. Not yet. I will tell you when I am able to act on it. Until I am able to act on it, there is nothing you can do with the knowledge but trouble me. Dumbledore regarded him. Fair. I have a question for you, Headmaster. Ask. Did you know, when you left Harry at Privet Drive, that the Dursleys would not love him? The silence in the small wood-paneled room became, for a moment, almost thick enough to touch. Dumbledore looked down at his teacup. Then he looked back up, and his eyes were not, Regulus thought, as old as he liked to make them seem, they were also not young. I suspected, he said, that they would not love him. But you left him anyway. I left him in the care of the protection his mother had bought with her life. I believed, and I believe, that the protection would have been, was, sufficient to his physical safety. I did not believe it would be sufficient to his happiness. I was choosing between safety and happiness. I made what I considered the colder of two right answers. I was, in this, wrong. You were. Yes. Dumbledore paused. I owe you a debt, Mr. Black. I do not say it lightly. I have been planning, for some years, how to repay it. I have settled on this, when you wish to move him, I will not hunt you. When you wish to hide, I will not lift a lamp. When you wish to bring him to Hogwarts, I will receive him in whatever name he chooses, and I will protect his privacy as though it were my own. I am not your ally, and you are not mine. We are merely, I think, two men who have a stake in the same child, and who have agreed not to fight each other over him. Regulus took a breath. He had come prepared to argue. He had not come prepared for surrender. You understand, he said, that I will keep my own counsel about the other things. About your former student. About the lake. I know about the lake. You. I went back, Mr. Black. I was late. But I went. The old man's voice did not shake. His hands, Regulus noticed, were each holding a biscuit now, not quite eating, not quite still. I understand, Dumbledore said, a great deal more than I have been able to say. I have been trying, very carefully, over the last 10 years, to be certain which pieces remain. I would welcome, one day, when you are willing, a conversation about them. Not today. When you are willing. One day. Agreed. Regulus drained his tea. He stood. He considered the plate of biscuits. He took one, on reflection, and put it in his pocket for Harry. Tell me one more thing, Headmaster. If I can. Why did you not press at Privet Drive, on that first morning, when Petunia said she did not have him? Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore said, so softly Regulus almost missed it, because for a moment I saw, on her face, that whoever had taken him was going to do better than I had done. And I chose, for the first time in a very long life, to believe my enemy's enemy more than I believed myself. It was a hard choice. It was, I think now, the right one. Regulus nodded once. He did not know what to do with that answer. He knew he would sit with it for years. He left the 3 broomsticks. He walked down the high street with the biscuit in his pocket. He apparat home from the edge of the village. Harry was waiting in the kitchen. Creature was waiting behind Harry. They had both been trying not to wait. Well. We are not at war. What is he like? He is old, and sad, and clever, and he eats biscuits 2 at a time when he is nervous. Regulus sat down heavily. I brought you one. It has lint on it now. I am sorry. Harry took it. Harry put it on a plate, ceremoniously, as though it were a relic. Harry said, Are we safe now? Safer. Good. Harry, said Regulus. Yes. You are going to Hogwarts in 3 weeks. I know. I am going to miss you very badly. Harry looked at him. Harry did not cry. Harry had not cried, that Regulus could remember, since he was 6. Harry had instead developed, over those 5 years, a small clean seriousness about moments like this one. I will write every day, Harry said. Twice a day, if you have the ink. Twice a day. And I will write back. Okay. And, Harry. Yes. Do not, under any circumstances, try to be a hero in your first year. I would like you to have a few more years of being 11. Then 12. Then 13. Then, if you must, by 14, be a hero. Not before. Harry thought about this. Harry grinned, for the first time all day, and said, I'll try. It was not a promise. Regulus, who had raised him, recognized the difference. He did not press. He smiled back, instead, and the smile was, as smiles go, a cautious one. Outside the sea was coming in. Inside, the kettle was on, and a boy was taking a piece of lint-dusted ginger biscuit and cutting it in half to share with his elf. The 3 weeks before Hogwarts were, Regulus would remember, the happiest of his adult life, and also the ones that passed the fastest, and also the ones in which he got the least sleep. He taught Harry every practical thing he could think to teach. He taught him how to seal a letter with wax in such a way that no one could open it without leaving a mark. He taught him to write 2 letters simultaneously, one in plain language and one in a small cipher they had invented together, so that if a letter went astray the secret would not. He taught him how to fold a shield charm into a second shield charm, because in a tight spot 2 wards braided together broke slower than one. He taught him, in the garden, how to fall onto a hard surface without breaking either the surface or himself. He taught him, in the library, the names and faces of the Death Eaters as he remembered them, and he taught him, without naming himself, which of their tells he should watch for. This is Yaxley, he said, tapping a prophet photograph. He is careful. He does not show his teeth. If you see him near you, you do not fight him, you walk away. This is Rookwood. Rookwood thinks he is clever. He is sometimes right. This is not. Not will look past you. This is Bellatrix Lestrange. If you ever see her face outside of a photograph, Harry, you run. You do not stop. You do not look back. You run, and you find Creature, and you let him carry you to safety. Do you understand? Yes, Reg. Good. He also taught him one thing that was not, strictly speaking, in the school curriculum. This is a Patronus, he said one evening. It is hard. Most adult wizards cannot cast one. You are not expected to be able to cast one. I am going to teach you the theory anyway, because I believe you can, and because if one day a Dementor comes near you I do not want you to be among the ones who stand there and forget how to move. What happens if you don't have one? Bad things. You remember every bad thing you have ever heard of at once. Oh. Yes. Oh. Okay. Teach me. They worked on it. Harry, for the first week, produced nothing but a faint silver mist. In the second week, the mist coalesced into something vaguely like an animal, though it kept changing shape, now small and rabbity, now long-legged and cat-like, now, once, a thing that had too many wings. Regulus did not push. He said, every time, good. Next time. Harry did not cast a recognizable corporeal Patronus before Hogwarts. He did not do it for a long time after, either. But the mist was there, the mist was always there. And in the bad moments later, it would matter. On the evening of the 21st of August, Creature burst into the study without knocking. Master. What? Master, Creature is sorry. Creature has found the rat. Regulus set his quill down with a precision that, afterward, he did not remember performing. His hand did not shake. His voice was level. Where? The Burrow. Ottery St. Catchpole. A family called Weasley. 7 children. One of them, the third youngest, keeps a rat he calls Scabbers. The rat has been in the family for 12 years, Master. It was the elder brothers, then the middle brothers, now the boys. Scabbers has 12 toes. 12. Creature was very careful, Master. Creature watched through a window, in the form of a stoat, on Tuesday. The rat has 12 toes because ordinary rats have 10, Master, and because the boy Pettigrew cut off one of his own fingers when he staged his death. An animagus keeps his injuries on the transformation. The rat is missing a toe. 12 because it has 10 on the feet and 2 thumbs. Yes, Master. Creature. I could kiss you. Creature would prefer not, Master. Understood. Understood. Creature. Listen to me. You do not touch that rat. You do not even show that rat your teeth. You do nothing. The rat is not to know it has been seen. The Weasleys are not to be disturbed. This is the single most important instruction I have ever given you. Do you swear it? Creature swears it. Good. Regulus stood up. Regulus sat back down. Regulus stood up again. He crossed the room twice. Finally he sat down on the edge of the desk and laughed, not with amusement, but with the strange wet gasping sound of a man who has been holding his breath for 9 years. He wrote 2 letters that night. The first was to Andromeda, and it said only, "Thank you. You were right. The animal exists." The second was to Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and it was signed with a false name, and it said, "There is compelling evidence that Peter Pettigrew, thought killed by Sirius Black on November 1, 1981, is currently alive and living in the form of an unregistered rat animagus in the home of a reputable family. I am willing to provide further details in exchange for a guarantee that any investigation be conducted quietly and that the family in question be treated as witnesses rather than suspects. If interested, run a small personal advertisement in the next Prophet saying, 'Agnes has not forgotten the teapot.' I will take that as assent, and I will write again." He did not sign it. He sent it by 3 different owls, relayed, so the point of origin would be impossible to trace. "We will not see a result this year, Harry," he said, when he told the boy in the morning. "A thing of this size takes time. Amelia Bones is careful. She will have to verify. She will not make a move until she is certain. She may, even, hold the knowledge for a year, until the political wind is right. I want you to understand that this is not an instant fix. Okay. But it is begun. It is begun." Harry turned the word over. Reg. Yes. If it works, if Sirius comes out, where will he live? With us. If he can bear it. If he cannot, he will have Grimmauld Place. If he can bear neither, he will have a barn on a farm I own in Fife that I will show him on a map and then leave him alone on. It will be his choice. Do you think he'll be? I don't know. I have been trying not to predict. 10 years is a long time in that place. I will take whatever I get. Okay. Harry did not ask the other thing he was thinking. Regulus, watching him, thought he saw the other thing cross his face, a question about whether a stranger, even a beloved stranger uncle, would change the arithmetic of their small family. Regulus did not answer the unspoken question. He did not know the answer. The morning of the 1st of September came like any other morning, except that it did not. Creature had, over days, packed Harry's trunk with a precision that no 11-year-old could have achieved. The trunk smelled faintly of lavender and iron. Harry's owl, a small barn owl they had bought the week before from a breeder in Dorset and named Calliope, sat on Harry's shoulder in a basket and tried to look enormous. Regulus wore the grey-haired man again. Harry, at Regulus's insistence, had kept the glamoured nose. He would drop it, they had agreed, on the train, because there were no photographs permitted on the express and because by the time he stepped off at Hogsmeade his schoolmates would know him as Harry Potter Black, the boy with the slightly unremarkable face. Reg. Yes. What if the hat puts me in Slytherin? Regulus, who had spent the last 11 years not answering this question even when it was not being asked, now answered it. Then you go to Slytherin. Really? Really? Slytherin was a house before the Dark Lord was born, and it will be a house after he is dust. It is a house of cleverness and ambition. I was a Slytherin. My brother was a Gryffindor. It meant nothing between us that was not true before we put on the hats. You will be yourself wherever you are put. If you are put with snakes, you will be the best of the snakes. If you are put with lions, you will be a quiet lion. It does not matter. Do you understand? Yes. Good. Reg. Yes. I love you. Regulus, who had been composing a small speech in his head for the whole of August, discovered that it had gone out of him like water out of a sieve. I love you too, he said. Go to school. He walked Harry through King's Cross, invisibly glamoured, with the man who had the reserve wand waiting at a bench by a pillar as arranged. Harry answered the 3 questions honestly. The man, a middle-aged wizard with a kind face and a clerk's tired eyes, handed over a box. Inside the box was a wand of holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, supple. It chose him with a small warm rush of air that made the pigeons on the high glass of the station roof turn at once and then fly. Oh, said Harry, softly. Yes, said the wand man. Strong one. Thank you, sir. Don't thank me. Thank whoever taught you to stand up straight. It makes a difference with wands. Off with you. Regulus took Harry to the barrier. He did not go through with him. He stood by the wall in the shape of an old man and pressed a small leather-bound notebook into Harry's hand. 4 letters. It is spelled. Whatever you write in it appears in the one I have at home. I will see it within minutes. Whatever I write in mine will appear in yours. It is a 1-to-1 pairing. Do not lend it to anyone. Do not let anyone see you write in it. Do you understand? Yes. Go. Harry went through the barrier. Regulus did not follow. He stood in the muggle part of the station for a very long time, watching the wall he could not pass through, until the station clock struck 11 and the train, somewhere he could not see, began to move. He felt it, the way one feels a train through one's feet. He waited until the feeling faded. Then he apparat home. The cottage was quiet. Creature had cleaned. Creature had also, Regulus noted, laid a place at the kitchen table for Harry. Regulus did not ask about this. He sat down at the empty second place. He put his hands flat on the wood. Creature, he said. Yes, master. I have sent him into the world. Yes, master. It is the hardest thing I have done. Yes, master. Creature. Yes, master. Make me tea. And write a list. Tomorrow we begin on the ring. The ring has waited long enough. If I am going to be alone in this cottage for 10 months a year from now on, I might as well be useful. Yes, master. And that was how, on the afternoon of the 1st of September, a man who had spent 10 years raising a boy put his hands on a kitchen table, drank a cup of tea with his elf, and began, quietly, the second half of his life. Outside, the gulls cried over Wyvernstone. Inside, on the kitchen dresser, a small leather notebook lay closed. It would, in 3 hours, begin to warm with fresh ink. It would, in 3 days, have the words Ravenclaw, and I sat at the end of the table next to a boy named Ron Weasley who has a rat in his pocket and a nice mother, written in careful 11-year-old handwriting. But that had not happened yet. Not yet. On the train, Harry was finding a compartment. He had passed 3 already, peering in with the glamoured nose still on and the fringe pulled low, and in the 4th he had found a red-haired boy sitting alone with a sandwich and a grim expression. The red-haired boy, on seeing Harry in the doorway, visibly brightened. Harry had not met many people in his life. He recognized, even so, the look of somebody who had been expecting a worse knock on the door. "Can I sit here?" "Yeah, go on. Everything else is full up, my brother's nicked all the good ones." Harry paused. He was going to have to practice this. "I'm Harry. Ron Weasley." They shook hands over the sandwich. Harry sat. Scabbers the rat stirred, briefly, in Ron's breast pocket, then subsided. "That your owl?" "Calliope. She's new. We got an old one. Errol. He's rubbish. I've got a rat instead, sort of, but he was Percy's first and then Charlie's. He just sleeps." "Does he?" "All the time. I think he's basically dead, actually, but Mum won't let me chuck him out." "Don't chuck him out," Harry said, a little too quickly. They usually live a long time. Rats. With proper care." "Yeah. You know about rats?" "No," said Harry, and smiled the small careful smile he had been practicing in the mirror for the last week. "No, not really." He set Calliope's basket on the luggage rack. He let the glamour drop on his nose, because this compartment was as good a place as any to meet the world. The scar, when he pushed his fringe aside to scratch at his forehead, was visible for less than 3 seconds, but Ron Weasley, who had been reading wizarding newspapers since he could read, saw it. Ron's eyes went wide. Ron's mouth opened. Harry, watching Ron, raised a single finger to his lips and said, very quietly, "Please." Ron closed his mouth. Ron, to Harry's enduring gratitude, did not open it again on the subject for the entire rest of the journey. They ate sweets from the trolley. They talked about Quidditch. They talked about older brothers, and Harry described, vaguely, an uncle in Cornwall who was a reclusive scholar and who had taught him the shield charm in a garden. Ron was impressed, both by the garden and by the shield charm, and he did not press on the uncle, because he understood, in his bones, that Harry Potterblack had reasons. A bushy-haired girl named Hermione Granger, looking for a toad belonging to a round-faced boy called Neville, appeared in the door at one point and asked if they had seen it, and Ron and Harry both said no at the same time with, Hermione felt, a slightly suspicious synchrony. She made a note to return to them later. The toad was not in the compartment. The toad, as it happened, was in the corridor behind her, having escaped her attention. Neville, whom Harry would come to love, was following her at a distance with an expression of patient doom. The Hogwarts Express rocked on through the English countryside. The sun began, at last, to slope. Somewhere, far to the south, a man sat at a kitchen table and opened a small leather book to a fresh page and did not write. He was giving the boy time. He knew, if he wrote first, he would write only that he missed him, and this was not, he felt, a good message for a boy on his way to school. He closed the book. He opened it again. He wrote only, safely away. Nothing else. 200 miles north, on a train, a boy felt a small warm prickle in his coat pocket where the book was. He took it out, under the table, and read the single line. He picked up his quill. He wrote, in a hand that was trying hard to look grown-up, safely away. Ron is kind. Calliope was good. I love you too. Write again tomorrow. He closed the book. The rest of the world, for the next 6 hours, could not touch him. Later, in the great hall, when the hat came down over his ears and began to speak in that odd, papery voice, Harry held his breath. He thought of his uncle's words. He thought of the green eyes in the photograph in his coat. He thought of the word brave, and the word clever, and the word home, and the hat said, after a longer silence than any 11-year-old has ever enjoyed, tricky. Tricky. A black mind in a Gryffindor heart. Well, best set you where you will have the most company. And then, loud enough for the hall to hear, it shouted, Ravenclaw. The table at the far end burst into startled applause. Ron, across the hall, made a face that was equal parts disappointment and respect. Somewhere at the staff table a tall thin woman in tartan clapped, once, politely. A dark-robed man beside her did not clap at all, but did not frown either, which was, for him, much the same thing. And far to the south a small warm book in a cottage kitchen wrote, in a line so faint it might have been a sigh, Ravenclaw. Reg. Is that okay? Regulus Black stared at the line until the ink set. Then he wrote, carefully, more than okay. Go and find your library. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The boy who was hidden. The Ravenclaw common room, Harry decided on his second night, was the best room he had ever been in. It was circular, and it was blue, and its high ceiling was painted with a moving sky whose stars actually obeyed the constellations. The windows opened onto a view of the mountains so dramatic that Harry, who had lived his whole life facing a sea, took a full hour on his first morning to decide whether he preferred water or peaks. He settled the argument, in the end, by deciding he preferred both. He wrote this conclusion solemnly in the leather book before his first transfiguration class, and Regulus, at the kitchen table in Wyvernstone, read it over his own morning tea and was, for reasons he did not try to analyze, absurdly pleased. The book had become, in its small way, the hinge of both their days. Regulus wrote to Harry twice each morning and once each night. His notes were mostly short. Good morning. Remember your oath, B11. I have made bread. Creature is fighting with a thrush. His longer notes came on Sundays, when he would fill half a page with small observations about the cottage, and about the weather, and about the various obscure things he was reading in the Black Library. Harry, for his part, wrote in bursts throughout the day, between classes, after meals, before sleep. His handwriting, over the first few weeks, moved steadily from nervous neatness to something Regulus recognized with a pang as a close cousin of Sirius's 7th-year scrawl. Classes began. Harry enjoyed charms. He liked Professor Flitwick, who was very short and very cheerful and who had, on the first day, corrected Harry's grip in a way that suggested Flitwick noticed things most professors did not. He enjoyed herbology, because Professor Sprout was comfortable in a way very few of his teachers were. He was cautiously optimistic about transfiguration, though Professor McGonagall, on seeing his name on the roll for the first time, had gone very still for one visible instant and then, to her eternal credit, said, Mr. Potterblack, without any inflection at all. He did not enjoy defense against the dark arts. Professor Quirrell, on the first day, had smelt wrong. This was not a specific thing Harry could have pointed to. The classroom smelled of garlic and a damp turban and something Harry, who had grown up on the sea, associated with tidal rot. But the wrongness went past the smell. Quirrell stood at the front of the class with his hands folded tightly together and flinched at his own students. He stuttered, he looked at nothing, he looked at Harry for exactly 1 second too long and then away. Harry sat in the second row and did not speak. He took notes in his letter book that were not for Regulus. He wrote to Regulus that night. Our defense teacher is not right. I will not be able to explain why. But something is wrong with him. It is not the stutter. It is like, something in the room goes quiet when he walks in. Regulus wrote back within the quarter hour. Trust that instinct. I do not want you to investigate. I want you to avoid him outside of class when you can. Sit near the door. Do not volunteer for anything. If he asks for a private tutorial, you say no, politely, and you come to me immediately. Do you promise? I promise. Thank you. I will speak to McGonagall. She will be discreet. Regulus, at his kitchen table, sat for a long moment with his hands flat on the wood. He had known this would happen. He had known that Hogwarts would draw, as Hogwarts always drew, whatever dark thing was loose in the year it happened in. He had hoped, against reason, that the boy's first year would pass quietly. He had known, honestly, that it would not. He wrote, very carefully, a second letter. Not to Harry. To Minerva McGonagall. Not under his own name. The letter said, Madam, a former student of Hogwarts, who has had no cause to write to the school for many years, wishes to bring to your attention the concern of a first-year Ravenclaw student to his guardian about Professor Quirrell. The student has, in the guardian's opinion, good instincts. The guardian asks that Professor Quirrell be watched. The guardian further asks that the boy who lived, if he is presently at Hogwarts, be watched with particular care this year. Yours respectfully, a friend of the Sorting Hat Minerva McGonagall, 2 days later, read this letter twice, swore under her breath in the kind of Scottish that one did not put in print, and went directly to the headmaster's office. She returned with a face like slate. That weekend, entirely unobtrusively, she began to appear in corridors Harry happened to be walking in, and Severus Snape, who had made it his private project to regard Harry with the pure indifferent hostility he reserved for the sons of people he had disliked, discovered that he had been assigned an entirely new patrol schedule that happened to overlap with every Quirrell class. Snape did not, at first, understand why. Snape also did not, on discovering why, object. Snape had his own reasons for watching Quirrell, which predated all of this by at least 2 months. Snape, in fact, had been trying to figure out how to begin watching the turban without appearing to watch it. Snape, upon finding himself suddenly and conveniently nearby, thought, the old man does nothing without reason, and this is a convenient gift. He took the gift. Harry, meanwhile, was making friends. Ron had survived the sorting, Gryffindor, had rung across the hall as Ron had sat on the stool, and Ron had sagged visibly with relief, and had made it clear, from day one, that interhouse barriers meant nothing to him where Harry was concerned. Harry found himself eating, on average, 1 meal a day at the Gryffindor table and the rest with the Ravenclaws, because Ron was loud and warm and Ron's plate was always a feast, and because a Ravenclaw girl named Padma Patil had taken it upon herself to make sure Harry knew the rules of their house. The rules were, you answered the doorknocker's riddle, you did your reading, you left the library better than you found it, and you did not, under any circumstance, wake Terry Boot before 7 in the morning. Hermione Granger, it turned out, was in Gryffindor, and had decided that she and Ron and Harry would be friends whether or not any of the three were yet aware of the decision. By the end of September, all 3 of them were. I don't understand, Hermione was saying, over pumpkin juice, on a Thursday in October. You have an uncle. You grew up with him. But nobody has ever heard of him. He's shy. He's very shy. He's a private person. Is he a squib? No. Is he in hiding? Harry paused. The pause was a beat too long. Hermione, who had been watching his eyes, softened her face. Oh, she said. I see. Please don't ask more, Harry said. I won't. She tapped her spoon against her glass. But I'm going to notice things. That's who I am. That's fair. It was fair. Harry had decided, on the train, that he would not lie to Hermione Granger, because he had taken one look at her and realized that lying to her would be work he was not prepared to do long-term. He had settled, instead, on the policy of silences. This was, as it turned out, a policy Hermione found almost worse than lies, but she permitted it, because she had her own list of things a new friend was allowed not to say. The first half of October also produced an incident. It happened on a Saturday morning, in the library. Harry was at a desk near the restricted section with a book about dueling stances open in front of him, because Regulus had specifically asked him to begin refreshing his dueling reading. A voice behind him said, very softly, "So it is true. They let you in." I had wondered. Harry did not turn at once. He had been taught, by Regulus, that wizards who began a conversation behind you wished you to turn, and that you owed them, as a small act of self-respect, at least 3 seconds of making them wait. He turned on the 4th second. "Malfoy," he said. "Potter," said Draco Malfoy. He was a thin boy, already at 11 too thin, with hair so white it was almost blue in the library light. He had 2 larger boys flanking him, as advertised in Regulus's private dossier. He had, also, an expression of carefully rehearsed contempt. "I was told to give you a message." "Told by whom?" "My father." "Ah. He says, welcome back to the world. He says, we missed you. He says, a young wizard of your standing should be careful who he chooses for friends. He has heard you have been sitting at the Gryffindor table with a Weasley and a Mudblood." Harry closed his book. He did it slowly, because he had learned from Regulus that an unhurried gesture was the quickest way to disarm somebody trying to provoke you. "Tell your father," Harry said, in a pleasant voice, "that I do not take friend advice from people whose families I do not know." "You do know mine." "Do I?" "Everyone knows mine." "Malfoy." "It means, yes." Harry lifted his eyes to Draco's, and for the first time in the conversation he did not smile. "It means your grandfather was at Nuremberg for a Wiesengemot session in 1947, which is listed in public records as having been a personal disgrace to the Malfoy name. It means your father gave, to Cornelius Fudge, 350 galleons on Christmas Eve 1987, in what was described by the receiving clerk as a charity donation. It means your aunt is the only one of your family currently in Azkaban, though your father has, as you know, spent the last decade explaining how that is a temporary misunderstanding. Your family name, Malfoy, means a great many things, most of which your father has not shared with you." Draco Malfoy, to Harry's surprise, did not rage. He went, instead, pale. He said, with a dignity that was, Harry thought later, almost admirable, "How do you know all that?" "I read." "Oh. You should also, perhaps, read." There was a pause, during which the 2 big boys beside Draco waited, confused, for an instruction. Draco did not give one. Draco, for reasons that would puzzle him for months afterward, simply nodded, once, and turned, and walked away. His 2 bodyguards, after a startled second, lumbered after him. Harry returned to his book. His hand, he was irritated to discover, had a small tremor. He put the hand on the table and waited until the tremor was gone. He wrote to Regulus that night. "I met Draco Malfoy today. I used what you taught me. I did not like it. I felt clever and I felt mean at the same time. Is that how it is always going to be?" Regulus read this twice. His response was long. "It is how it is when you use a knife to slice bread. It is a knife. It can cut. You used it, today, to cut bread. You did not cut Draco Malfoy. You cut the silence he wanted. You also, for what it is worth, probably did Draco a small good turn, because knowing who his father has been is not a bad thing for him to learn, and a boy of 11 can still change. I am proud of you. I am also glad you feel bad. The day you feel good about unsheathing that particular knife, I will come to Hogwarts personally and take the book back. I love you." Harry read the message 3 times. Then he went downstairs to the common room and beat Terry Boot at chess and laughed about something unrelated until his ribs hurt, because he had learned from his uncle that the remedy for a difficult truth was, whenever possible, the company of people who would not ask him about it. In November, the troll came. It was not, in the Hogwarts of that year, an unusual thing for a troll to come. In the Hogwarts of that year, the term started with a troll and moved on. It was, however, an unusual thing for the troll to reach the second-floor girls' bathroom before anyone noticed, and it was an even more unusual thing for a first-year Gryffindor girl to be in that bathroom at the time. Hermione Granger, who had been crying into a sink because Ron Weasley had, in the earshot of 4 classmates, called her a nightmare, honestly, was, when the troll came through the wall, the first person in Hogwarts to see a mountain troll up close and live. She lived because of Harry Potter Black and Ronald Weasley, who had been looking for her for 20 minutes, and who arrived at the bathroom 3 seconds after the troll. Harry, on hearing the scream, did something very specific that he had been taught 9 months before by a man he loved. He put his right foot forward, he braced his left, he raised his wand in an arc that pushed air rather than light, and he said, Protego Maxima, Protego tot alum, braiding the 2 charms together in the way Regulus had taught him. And the shield charm that bloomed between Hermione and the Trolls Club was a wall of silver air that held on the first impact, cracked on the second, and gave way on the third in an explosion of light that knocked the troll back 2 feet and gave Ron, who had by that point scrambled onto a sink, the critical second he needed to execute the only spell he had consistently got right in class, Wingardium Leviosa, on the Troll's own club, hard. The club went up. The club came down. The troll went down with it. Hermione, from the corner, stared at Harry, and stared at Ron, and did not speak. Professors came. Professors shouted. Professor McGonagall, after the first full minute of shouting, looked at Harry in a way he would remember his whole life, a way in which the Scottish severity in her face was, for a flicker, very close to pride, before she composed it back to severity. 10 points to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck, she said at last, to Ron. 10 points to Ravenclaw for thinking. 5 points deducted from all 3 of you for wandering out of your dormitories. Get to bed. On the way back, Hermione, walking between them, took one of Harry's hands and one of Ron's, and did not let go until they reached the stairs. That was the treaty. Harry wrote to Regulus that night. The note said, I used the braided shield. It worked. Regulus, at the table in Wyvernstone, put his head down on his folded arms for a moment. Creature, in the doorway, did not interrupt. Regulus wrote back, you used the braided shield on a full-grown mountain troll. I am going to do 2 things. I am going to sit here for a few minutes and feel every feeling I have. And then I am going to write to your head of house and your potions master and your headmaster to ask, in language too polite to trace, why a mountain troll was inside the castle at all. Do not look for the reason yourself. Yes, Reg. Thank you. He did look, of course. Harry was a black in spirit now, and a Potter by blood, and an 11-year-old in practice, and he could no more refuse a mystery than he could refuse a meal. But he looked quietly, and he looked with Hermione and Ron, and he looked under strict instructions from his uncle that any discovery be reported at once and no action be taken. He also looked because Quirrell, at the teacher's table on the night of the troll, had had a fresh limp, and Harry had noticed, and noticing, as all 3 of them were coming to understand, was what they did. The investigation proceeded, through that winter, like a small novel under a larger one. The trio established that the Philosopher's Stone had been moved from Gringotts on the very day that vault had been broken into, in July. They established that it had been hidden at Hogwarts. They established, by following Snape one Wednesday at dusk, an enterprise which Harry would later describe to Regulus as character-building and nearly fatal, that Snape was trying to keep something out of the 3rd-floor corridor, not let it in. They established, by a much more gruesome process, that the thing Snape was trying to keep out was Quirrell. They did not tell any adult at Hogwarts directly. They told Regulus, instead. The message, in the leather book, filled 3 pages one evening in late May. Regulus read it. Regulus went outside and kicked the blackthorn tree until his toe bled, because apparently that was how he expressed certain emotions now. Regulus came back in and wrote the longest note he had ever written to Harry. Listen to me. I believe you. I am going to Hogwarts. I am going to arrive by Flo tonight. I am sending word to Dumbledore now. I am asking him to confine Quirrell to quarters for the night on any pretext he likes, an ailment, a family emergency, a letter misdelivered. I am asking McGonagall to double the corridor watches. I am asking Snape to keep Quirrell from anywhere near the 3rd floor. Here is what I need from you. You will not go near the 3rd floor tonight. You will not attempt to pass the Cerberus. You will not leave the Ravenclaw common room after curfew. If you try, Creature will be waiting on the other side of the door to apparate you home. I am not joking. He is already on the 7th floor corridor watching for you. Do not make me use him. You have done your part. You have told the adults. The adults now do theirs. I will see you tomorrow morning at breakfast. Regulus. Harry read this. Harry read it again. Harry did something he had never done in his life, he argued. Reg, it has to be tonight. The stone has to leave tonight. Quirrell already knows it's there. If I don't go, you are 11. I am 11 with a shield charm that holds against trolls. Trolls are large and simple. Dark wizards with 2 faces are small and complicated. Harry. This is not a question. Do you understand? Harry stared at the book for a very long time. Then, slowly, he wrote, yes. He meant it. He stayed put. And Regulus, in the cottage by the sea, closed the book, took a long breath, and did something he had been preparing to do for 10 years without ever being quite ready for it. He changed out of his comfortable jumper and into the black traveling robes he had last worn on the night he had gone into the cave. He did it in the long slow way a man dresses for his own funeral. He called Creature. He reviewed the Fidelius contingencies. He took from the second drawer of his desk the wand he had used as a teenager, a spare, Holyandragon heartstring, wood that knew him and that was not on any register, and he put it in his left pocket alongside the ebony and unicorn hair wand he had used every day of his life since. Then he fled to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore, standing by the pensieve, looked up without surprise. Mr. Black. Welcome. Headmaster. Shall we? They went together to the 3rd floor. They were met, at the door to the forbidden corridor, by Professor McGonagall with her lips thin and her cane at the ready, and by Severus Snape, seeing Regulus for the first time in a decade, said, Black, in a voice so dry it could have lit kindling. Severus. You are supposed to be dead. I was briefly. Explain, later. Certainly. They turned. Together, the 4 of them, a 100-and-something-year-old headmaster, a transfiguration mistress with a Gryffindor pride so severe it had its own weather, a potions master who had spent 10 years nursing a grief Regulus was only now, belatedly, starting to guess at, and the uncle of a boy who must not be allowed to come downstairs, walked into the forbidden corridor. The Cerberus was asleep. Quirrell was already inside. The chambers gave way under them one after the other, the devil's snare, dealt with by a bored Snape in 2 sentences, the flying keys, dealt with by Regulus, who had ridden everything that could fly as a boy, the chess set, dealt with by McGonagall, who played a brutal, pragmatic game in which she lost her queen twice and took the room regardless, the troll, unconscious in a corner, evidently dealt with by Quirrell in advance on his way through, the potions, dealt with by Snape, who did not even pause at the riddle. The last chamber held a single tall man standing before a tall mirror. Quirrell turned. Quirrell had, now, no turban. Quirrell had, at the back of his head, a second face, and the second face was the face Regulus had sworn, on the kitchen floor of Wyvernstone on the morning he had pulled on his black robes, that he would spend the rest of his life unmaking. Regulus, whispered the face. My lord. You are alive. You are, the face stretched, some of its red-veined parts twitching, you are here. I am. I should have known. I should have known the locket. I should have known the boy. Oh, Regulus. You have always been the most disappointing of my children. Yes, my lord. Step aside. Let me have the stone. Let me have the boy. Let me have what was mine. No, my lord. The duel that followed was the shortest of Regulus Black's life and the longest of his memory. It lasted, by Dumbledore's count, less than 4 minutes. It involved 17 spells, a burst of flame, a silver Patronus from McGonagall in the shape of a tabby cat that bit the possessed Quirrell's leg, a very specific curse from Snape that Regulus would later ask about and receive no answer on, and one final spell from Regulus that Dumbledore did not recognize, a black family spell, old as any in Britain, that severed a spirit from an unwilling host without breaking the host's body. Quirrell fell. The thing that had lived in the back of his head screamed, and rose like smoke, and did not find purchase. It hovered, for a heartbeat, pressed against the limits of the chamber, and then, with a sound like dry leaves in a strong wind, it fled. It fled. It did not die. Regulus, on the stone floor with a shallow cut along his jaw, watched it flee, and watched the mirror shimmer, and watched Dumbledore, very carefully, step forward and place one palm against the glass. Not dead, Regulus said, at the ceiling. Not dead, Dumbledore agreed. But weakened further. And without a body. And without the stone. He is going to have a very bad spring. Good. Regulus. Yes. Your boy. Asleep in his tower, said Regulus, and his voice cracked with relief as he said it. Exactly where I told him to be. You may congratulate him on his obedience in the morning. I intend to congratulate him on a great deal more than his obedience, said Dumbledore, but I will accept your advice. They carried Quirrell's body between them, because it would be unseemly to levitate a dead professor through the corridors, and they sealed the chamber behind them, and they walked back up to the world. Snape, at a certain landing, fell into step with Regulus and said, very softly, You are going to have to explain the locket to me one day, Black. Yes. I should also like an explanation of the 10 years. You will have one. When I have slept. 10 years, said Snape, quite calm, is a long time to be alive and not tell anyone. Yes. I disapprove. Noted. Snape did not smile, because Snape did not smile, but his mouth twitched. In the morning, at breakfast, Harry Potter Black came down into the great hall and saw, at the end of the staff table, an extra chair and an extra place setting, and a tired-looking man in traveling robes slicing an apple with a small pearl-handled knife that Harry had known all his life. Harry walked the length of the hall. He climbed the 3 steps to the platform. He stood in front of the chair, exactly 3 feet away, as he had been taught to do in formal settings, and he waited. Regulus set down the knife. He stood up. The hall was very quiet. Several hundred students were, by this point, watching. Good morning, Harry, said Regulus. Good morning, Reg, said Harry. And then they hugged, unceremoniously and at length, on a platform above a hall full of witnesses, and in that hug, in front of everyone, Regulus Arcturus Black, black sheep of the House of Black, presumed war dead since 1979, uncle by default of the boy who lived, revealed himself at last to the wizarding world. He did not, in the weeks and months that followed, particularly enjoy it. But he thought, on the whole, that the hug had been worth it. The hug was, of course, the end of their privacy. The prophet, within 24 hours, had 7 conflicting stories. Regulus read the first 3 with his morning tea in a small office Dumbledore had cleared for him in the staff corridor, and then he stopped reading. Harry, at breakfast on the second day, found himself the subject of a great deal more attention than he had been previously, because while the student body had known for months that Harry Potter Black was, in essence, Harry Potter, none of them had known that Harry Potter Black had a living adult Black in his life who had, if the more lurid papers were to be believed, come back from the dead to fight Voldemort in person on the 3rd floor on a Tuesday. It was Thursday, Harry told Padma, morosely, at breakfast. 3 of the 7 papers have the wrong day. 4 of the 7 have the wrong spell. 5 have the wrong number of people in the room. 6 have the wrong description of Professor Snape. This one says, stern but gracious. No. Here. No one has ever called Professor Snape gracious. Professor Snape's mother, said Terry Boot, reaching for toast, probably never called Professor Snape gracious. Harry laughed. He had not laughed for 3 days. It felt, he noticed, like unwrapping something. Regulus remained at Hogwarts for 10 days. He was given, at Dumbledore's insistence, a small guest room in the teacher's wing, and he spent his days doing a rotation of things he had not done in years, speaking with McGonagall, who had at last recovered enough surprise to invite him to tea. The tea was not as formal as she pretended, and Regulus was suspicious she was softer than she presented herself, speaking with Flitwick, who had been, long ago, his favorite teacher, and who accepted his reappearance with such matter-of-factness. That Regulus found himself near tears in a corridor, speaking with Pomona Sprout, who mostly wanted to know whether his greenhouse had gone to ruin in his absence and who was disappointed to hear that he had never had a greenhouse, and, most painfully, speaking with Severus Snape. The conversation with Snape happened on the 3rd night, in Snape's office, with a bottle of something dark between them that was not pumpkin juice. You let them think you were dead, Snape said, without looking up from his glass. For 10 years. I did. She would have mourned you. She did. I am sorry. Sorry. Not sorry enough to have come back sooner. The boy was more important than sparing her. Snape lifted his head at this. His expression did not change. His eyes, which had been looking at the wall, moved to Regulus's face, and stayed there, and Regulus, who had spent 10 years reading faces in the wind, saw in Snape's face the thing he had suspected and never confirmed, grief for Lily Evans, as thick and private and unhealed as the grief he himself carried for his brother. You raised her son, Snape said, at last. Truly raised him. I tried. Is he? Snape paused. The word he wanted was one he would not permit himself. Is he happy? He is happy. You are certain. As certain as a man can be about such a thing. He has friends. He has a temper. He has green eyes. He sometimes laughs at his own jokes before he finishes them, which is a thing his father did. He is kind. He is not, so far as I can tell, ruined. Snape was silent. Then, slowly, he refilled both glasses. I will teach him potions. You already do. I will teach him potions, said Snape, the way I should have been teaching him potions, not the way I have been teaching him potions. That is the distinction. I apologize to you, Regulus, because I cannot apologize to anyone else about it. I believed, for half a year, that I owed him a debt of hatred for who his father was. I intend to revise my position. That is gracious of you. Do not, Snape said, use that word about me in this room. Noted. They finished the bottle. Regulus left Snape's office at 2 in the morning and could not, thereafter, recall whether they had shaken hands. He suspected not. It did not, in the end, seem to matter. By the 10th day, the worst of the press attention had died back. Regulus, by arrangement with Dumbledore, had given one interview to Amelia Bones's deputy, not to the press, in which he laid out, on record and in or-witnessed sworn testimony, what had happened on the 3rd floor and what he believed about Voldemort's continued existence. He did not tell the deputy about Horcruxes. He decided, in the conversation, that the word Horcrux was not for a deputy. He would tell Amelia herself, when he met her, or he would tell Dumbledore alone. Possibly both. Possibly neither. He had learned, by now, to hold information like water and to release it only to specific thirsty mouths. He also, before he left Hogwarts, had the conversation he had been dreading with Harry. You argued with me. I did. Do not do it again. I won't. You were right to argue. You were wrong to argue by instinct. Next time, argue with a plan. If you had said, Reg, I think the stone cannot wait, here is why, here is what I will do and not do, here is where Creature will be, I might have negotiated with you. I did not negotiate because you gave me nothing to negotiate with. Do you understand the difference? Yes. Good. Also. Thank you, said Regulus, with some effort. For obeying. You're welcome. And thank you for the braided shield. I should have been there to see it. I am glad you used it when I wasn't. Harry, to his own surprise, teared up at this. Regulus did not comment. Regulus, in fact, pretended very carefully to notice a speck on the window for the next 30 seconds, until the boy had wiped his eyes on his sleeve and composed his face, and by the time Regulus turned back, Harry had become, externally, an 11-year-old boy again. Reg. Yes. If Voldemort is still alive, he is. Then he will come back. Most likely. And we will have to fight him. Eventually. Not next year. Probably not the year after. But eventually, yes. Okay. Harry. Yes. You will not fight him alone. Do you understand? You will not be the only one in the room. I will be there. Creature will be there. Dumbledore will be there. Your friends will be there if they choose to be. Your godfather will be there. Sirius. Sirius. Is there news? There is news. I did not tell you during term because I did not want you to worry. Amelia Bones received the information I sent her. She has taken it seriously. She has been building her case quietly since January. She will act on it, she tells me, this summer. She has asked me to prepare you and to prepare the Weasleys, because the Weasleys will be, shortly, very startled. Harry's face lit up the way it had the night he had caught his first fish. Reg, truly. Truly. Is he going to be okay? No, said Regulus, gently. Not at first. He is going to be very much not okay. Azkaban is Azkaban. You should not expect, when he comes home, a man who laughs easily. You should expect a man who needs a year of quiet before he can laugh at all. You should also expect that when he finally does laugh, it will be so loud that Creature will drop the silver. That's okay, said Harry. I can wait. I know. Reg. Yes. Don't die in the summer. Regulus paused. He had been, in fact, planning to do something potentially lethal in the summer, to finally investigate the Gaunt Shack and the ring. He had been planning this for years. He had been planning, in the last 3 weeks, to begin. I will take that under advisement, he said, evenly. No. Harry. Do not do anything that could kill you until I come home for the summer. If you are going to do something that could kill you, you will do it with me there. That is not a negotiation. You taught me that. You said argue with a plan. Here is my plan. I stay at the cottage for a week at the start of summer. Then I come with you. You cannot come with me to the Gaunt Shack. I did not say I would go in. I said I would be with you. Outside. On watch. Harry, if you are on watch and something goes wrong, if something goes wrong and you are alone, what happens to me? The question landed like a stone in still water. Regulus sat with it. He was very tired. He was also, to his considerable surprise, not very good at arguing with this kind of logic from the boy he had raised to use it. I will think about it, he said. I will not promise. I will think. Okay, said Harry, and they shook hands, the small sticky hand long gone and a longer, thinner hand in its place that was already halfway to the hand of the young man Harry would become. Regulus left Hogwarts the next morning. He operated home with a small leather case of things he had accumulated in 10 days, 3 new books from Flitwick, a sealed letter from Dumbledore with a title in Latin across the front that he did not read until a week later, and, inexplicably, a jar of Snape's own pickled plums with a handwritten label that said for the boy. Do not eat yourself. He would not, he knew, eat them himself. He put the jar on the kitchen dresser and stared at it for a long time before bursting into laughter he could not explain to Creature. The world, meanwhile, did not wait for him. Over the spring, while Regulus was at Hogwarts, Corban Yaxley had been busy. The rumor of Regulus Black's return had reached him at last, and it had reached him with pictures, the prophet's one decent photograph of Regulus on the staff platform, hair streaked with grey, eyes tired, hand on Harry's shoulder. Yaxley had pinned the picture to a corkboard in a small office in a building in Diagon Alley that did not advertise what it did, and he had stared at it for a long time. Then he had begun making calls. He called Narcissa Malfoy, who refused to take the call. He called a contact at Azkaban, who confirmed that Bellatrix Lestrange, who had not eaten in 4 days, had, on seeing a smuggled scrap of the prophet, resumed eating. She had also resumed speaking. Her first lucid sentence in 6 months had been, "Tell my cousin I am coming for him." Yaxley wrote this down. He called a man he knew in Bulgaria who specialized in things that Bulgaria did not like to have specialized. He sent a letter by a private owl. He made, in short, the kind of small, competent arrangements that patient bureaucrats make when they see a door opening that has been closed for 10 years. Regulus learned of most of this, by degrees, through Andromeda over the summer. He learned of it too late to prevent it. He learned of it, however, in time to plan. But that came later. For the last week of term, Hogwarts was quiet. Quirrell's death had been explained to the students as a sudden illness, which, in a certain sense, it had been. The third-floor corridor was quietly resealed. The mirror was removed. The stone, it was announced, had been destroyed with the consent of its maker, Nicholas Flamel, who was retiring anyway. The term ended. Students packed. Owls flew. On the last morning, Harry had breakfast with Ron and Hermione at the Gryffindor table, because Ravenclaw had run out of bacon. Hermione had, in her bag, the complete reading list for next year, already annotated. Ron, in his, had 2 sandwiches, a half-eaten chocolate frog, and, as always, Scabbers the rat asleep in the breast pocket of his coat. "Scabbers is very tired this morning," Ron said, patting the rat. "Is he?" said Harry, neutrally. "Yeah. He's been tired all spring, actually. Mum says he might be dying." Harry and Hermione exchanged the briefest of glances. They had agreed, months ago, that they would not tell Ron about Peter Pettigrew until adults had arranged to take Scabbers safely. They had almost, on 3 occasions, broken the agreement. They had, each time, pulled back. "I'm sorry," said Harry. "Poor old Scabbers." "Yeah. Ron. You know that, whatever happens with Scabbers this summer, it's not your fault, right?" Ron blinked at him. "What an odd thing to say, Harry. Just, remember it." "Okay. Okay," said Ron, slowly. "I will." On the train home, Harry sat in the same compartment he had met Ron in, with Ron and Hermione and Neville and, for part of the trip, Luna Lovegood, who had wandered in by mistake and stayed by choice. He looked out at the landscape sliding past and thought, with the particular heavy peace of a child who has had an enormous year, that he was going home. Home, for the first time, was a word he had used to mean more than one place. Wyvernstone, of course. His room, with the window that looked over the sea. Creature's kitchen. Regulus's chair in front of the fire. But also, now, Hogwarts. The Ravenclaw common room, with its ceiling of stars. The library, where a girl with bushy hair could be found at any hour nervously consulting an index. A Gryffindor table on a Thursday, where a red-haired boy would save him a seat if he was late. And, perhaps, one day, soon, a 4th home, a house that did not yet exist, in which a thin man with sunken cheeks would sit at a table and eat food and, very slowly, learn to laugh again. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry stepped down onto the platform. His uncle was there, this time in his own face, without glamour, looking smaller in the Muggle crowd than Harry had ever seen him look. Reg. Hello, Harry. I'm home. Welcome home. They went home. That night Regulus made soup. Creature made bread. Harry, who had grown half an inch in 10 months, sat at the table and told, in the spilling order of a boy who has stored everything up for the journey, every story he had not been able to fit in the letter book. He told about the Ravenclaw doorknocker, whose riddles were, on the whole, not that hard. He told about Peeves the poltergeist, who had dropped a bucket of ink on Terry Boot for calling him a ghost. He told about the Hogwarts kitchens, to which a 7th year had shown him a secret entrance. He told about a conversation he had overheard between Professor McGonagall and a portrait in which they had discussed, at some length, whether Regulus Black had always been such a difficult boy or whether it was a phase he had grown into. Which did she conclude, said Regulus, amused. Inconclusive. Fair. He told about the first time he had flown on a broom, which was also the last time, because he had not enjoyed it. He told about Hermione's handwriting. He told about Ron's mother's fruit cake, half of which had arrived in the Great Hall by Owl in late March and had been distributed, by Ron, to half of Gryffindor House. He told about a dream he had had twice in May, in which a large black dog had been walking along a cliff, looking for something. Regulus, at the last of these, set down his spoon. A black dog. Yes. What did it look like? Big. Shaggy. Gray around the muzzle. Eyes like yours. Regulus was still. Then, very softly, he said, Harry. Do not repeat this at school. I am going to tell you something that is a family secret, and I want it to stay in this kitchen until I tell you otherwise. My brother is an animagus. His form is a large black dog. He has not, as far as I know, transformed in 10 years. I did not tell you this before because I did not want to give you false hope. He's talking to me in dreams. Possibly. Or he is walking around in his cell as the dog and he and you happen to share the dream space that sometimes opens between blood kin. I do not know. But I have had, twice this year, a dream in which a dog looks at me and then away. I thought it was my own wishful thinking. It's not. No. Evidently not. Harry stared at his soup. Reg. He knows something. Even in there. He knows we're out here. He knows enough to dream of us. That's enough. It is. They finished the soup in silence, which was a comfortable one, the kind of silence Regulus had never known as a young man and had learned, from his boy, late. Creature cleared the plates. Outside, the sea was, as always, the sea. And somewhere to the north, in a stone cell over the grey water, a dog laid its head on its paws and dreamed of a kitchen that smelled of lentils and bread, and this time, improbably, of a boy its size, and the dog, which was Sirius Black, and which had not been happy in a decade, wagged its tail, once, in its sleep. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5 Inheritance. The summer Harry was 12, his godfather came home. It did not happen, as Regulus had privately imagined it, as a great ministry ceremony in an oak-paneled chamber with restitution papers flying in on a tray. It happened, instead, on an overcast Tuesday afternoon at the end of July, at a discreet back door of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, in a narrow ministry corridor that smelled of damp carpet. Amelia Bones, head of the department, stood at the doorway in her plain black robes with her monocle in her hand. Beside her stood a thin man in a baggy set of prison robes that did not fit him, with hair cut short that morning by a ministry barber, and with eyes, when he looked up, that were Sirius Black's eyes, which was to say, Regulus's eyes, but fuller. Regulus, Amelia said. Madam. I have your brother. I see. He has been processed. His conviction has been vacated. He has been paid 10 years of back wages, which is the best I could do. He will not thank the ministry for it, but it will cover bread. He is, officially as of this morning, a free man. She paused. He has asked me not to say anything else. He has asked you to say it. Regulus nodded. He did not step forward yet. Harry, beside him, was gripping his hand so tightly that two of his knuckles were white, and Harry was not, on any normal day, a gripper. "Sirius," said Regulus. Sirius did not look up. Sirius was looking, with great concentration, at a spot on the ministry carpet approximately 1 foot from his own boot. Siri. Sirius looked up at that. Sirius had not heard that name since he was 7 years old. Sirius blinked, as though something had been dripped into his eye. Reg. Yes. You are alive. Yes. They let me out. Yes. I don't understand. I know. Reg. Yes. Sirius glanced, the way a hunted animal glances, at the boy beside Regulus. Is that, yes, said Regulus. He is. Sirius. This is your godson. He is 12. He has been waiting to meet you since he was 5. His name is Harry James Potter Black. Sirius looked at Harry. Sirius looked at Harry for a very long time. Sirius's mouth opened and then closed, and then opened again. Sirius, who had not cried in Azkaban, because men did not cry in Azkaban, and who had not cried after Azkaban, because he had not yet admitted to himself that he was out, suddenly discovered that his face was wet. "Hi, Sirius," said Harry, and his voice was very small, and he let go of his uncle's hand, and he walked forward across the corridor, 6 paces, alone, and he stopped in front of the thin man in the prison robes and he said, "I wrote you a lot of letters. I never sent any. I could not find your address." Sirius made a sound. It was not a laugh. It was not a sob. It was something that might have been a cough. He went down on his knees on the ministry carpet with a soft thump, and he put his hands on Harry's shoulders, and he said, "That's all right. That's all right. That's all right. I did not get any of them, but it is all right." They did not hug. Not there. Sirius did not seem to know how, yet. Regulus made a note to watch him for that, over the weeks ahead, and to arrange hugs carefully so that they did not ambush him. Amelia Bones, who had excellent instincts, quietly stepped back and did not look at any of them for a full 2 minutes. Then she said, "Gentlemen. If you would follow me out through the back, we have arranged a flue to the cottage." They went. The flue. The fire. The ash. The other end was Wyvernstone, and Creature, who was standing in the kitchen with a kettle in one hand and a plate of sandwiches in the other and a face working through about 5 different emotions at once. Sirius stumbled out of the grate, looked at the kitchen, looked at Creature, and said, "You." "Master Sirius," said Creature, with immense and creaking formality, as though addressing a god he had expected to hate and had decided, late, to forgive. "Creature has made ham sandwiches." "Ham sandwiches?" "Yes, Master Sirius." Sirius swallowed. "Thank you." Creature set down the plate. Creature set down the kettle. Creature made a small bow and left the kitchen, silently, to give the family the room. Regulus, watching him go, made a private vow to give Creature a very large Christmas present, even though Creature famously disliked all presents. That evening, Sirius Black ate 3 sandwiches and half a bowl of soup and fell asleep at the table with his head on his arms. They carried him up to the spare room between them. They put him on the bed in his prison robes. They covered him. They closed the door. They stood in the corridor, Regulus and Harry, and they listened to the breathing for a long moment, to be sure it did not stop. Reg. Yes. It worked. It worked. Harry put his head against Regulus's side, the way he had when he was small, and Regulus put a hand on top of his head, and they did not speak again until they were downstairs again by the fire. Sirius slept for 18 hours. Sirius, when he woke, did not know where he was for 5 full seconds. He sat up in the spare bed in Wyvernstone, stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, and was inconsolable for about 30 seconds, in which he made the kind of animal sound that men who have lived in stone cells make when the morning is soft. Then he remembered. Then he laughed. Then he got up, and he came down the stairs, and he ate a full breakfast in a state of abstracted disbelief, and he walked out into the garden and stood on the cliff in the wind for an hour without speaking. Regulus watched him from the kitchen window. Harry stood at Regulus's elbow, not quite knowing whether he should go out. "Not yet," said Regulus, reading the question. "Give him the morning. The sky will do him more good than we can." "Okay. He will not be the way I remember him. For a long time. You should know that." "I know. We are going to have to be patient. You especially. He is going to love you very much, and he is also going to, occasionally, look at you and not know where he is. That is not about you. I know, Reg. I am sorry. I know you know. I am saying it aloud for myself as much as for you. That's okay." Sirius came back in for lunch. Sirius talked, at lunch, for the first time. He talked about dogs. He talked about how, for most of Azkaban, he had been a dog, and how as a dog the Dementors had had a harder time with him, because Dementors ate human despair and dogs had a simpler kind. He talked about a boy with green eyes who had appeared in his dreams starting, he thought, about 6 years ago. "That's me," said Harry. "I dreamed a dog." Sirius stared at him. "We shared it," said Harry, "I think. Reg says you are an animagus and sometimes when blood kin dream they overlap." Sirius turned to his brother. "When did you become knowledgeable?" "I have had a decade with nothing to do." "Fair." "I also," said Regulus, "read. Worse and worse." They smiled at each other. It was not a big smile, on either of them. It was the smile of two people who were not, quite yet, sure they remembered how the other's face worked. It was enough, for the moment. It was a start. There was no time for more. On the 4th day after Sirius came home, an owl Regulus did not know struck itself against the kitchen window, and when Regulus opened the window the owl fell inside in a little heap of panic and dropped a parchment scrap on the table. The scrap read, "Bellatrix Lestrange escaped Azkaban last night. She was assisted. 3 guards are dead. Do not reply. Stay where you are. I will write again when I can." Regulus read the note. He read it again. He set it down on the table. He sat with it. "Reg," said Sirius, looking at his brother's face. "What is it?" "Bellatrix. Bellatrix is in Azkaban." "Bellatrix is not in Azkaban." Sirius, who was still in the fragile half-week of coming back into the world, and who had himself been under the roofs of Azkaban less than a fortnight ago, went, for a moment, very still. It was the stillness of a dog that has heard its name in a dark corner. Harry, watching him, put a hand on his godfather's arm. Sirius did not shake it off. "All right," Sirius said, slowly. "All right. Who helped her?" "Someone at the ministry." "Yaxley, if I had to guess." "Yaxley got out of the war without a scratch." "Yaxley got out of every war without a scratch. He is, I suspect, the thing that has been walking around in the last decade asking questions about my family." "What does he want?" "He wants our mother's cousin, most likely. She is the only Death Eater who ever truly loved the Dark Lord. If anyone is going to retrieve what is left of him, it will be her." Sirius, to Regulus's surprise, smiled. It was a thin, half-crazy smile. "Then we kill her first." "Sirius. What? We do not kill our cousin." "We very nearly do," said Sirius, without moving the smile. "She will come for us," said Regulus, "if she can find us." "She cannot find us. The Fidelius holds. Harry, this summer, will not leave the cottage. Sirius, this summer, will not leave the cottage. I will leave the cottage only on errands I have planned for years. We will be careful. What errands? Said Sirius. Regulus hesitated. Then he said, sit down. I am going to tell you things I should have told you 10 years ago. Creature. Bring brandy. We are going to need it. They sat. Regulus told Sirius about the Horcruxes. He told him about the cave, about the lake, about the locket in its hole on an island. He told him about the diary and the cup and the diadem and the ring. He told him about Peter Pettigrew, who Amelia Bones had intercepted last month in the Weasley house on the day Ron came home for the summer, and who had, at the time of this conversation, been in a small holding cell in London for 3 weeks waiting for a trial the ministry was reluctant to schedule because of the political embarrassment. He told him, finally, about the prophecy. He had never told Harry about the prophecy. He told Sirius, because Sirius was the only person he had ever met who could hear a thing and decide, on his own, whether it was worth telling Harry. Sirius listened. Sirius, at the end, put down his glass and said, you are not telling Harry about the prophecy. No. Ever. When he is older. When he is older, I will tell him. You get to carry half the burdens. I get to carry a few. The prophecy is mine. He will hear it from me. That is a condition of my coming out. Agreed. Regulus looked at his brother, who had slept 18 hours and eaten his first proper meal in a decade, and who was, apparently, already making terms. Agreed. Good. And the ring? Yes, said Sirius. The ring. When do we go? The word we is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Reg. Yes. You are not going to the Gaunt Shack without me. It is cursed. The ring itself, in particular, is cursed in a way my research suggests is transmissible. I am not taking my brother to a cursed ring 3 weeks after I got him back. You are taking me to the cursed ring, Regulus Arcturus Black, or I am following you. Those are the only 2 options. Pick. Harry, who had been sitting on the stairs behind them listening, they had forgotten the stairs, in their talking, said, from the dark, 3. Both brothers looked up. The third option, said Harry, coming down 2 steps, is that all of us go together. I will not touch the ring. I will be on watch. If anything goes wrong, I apparate with Creature to the second safest place. I have thought about this. I have had a plan for 3 months. Regulus looked at his boy. He looked at his brother. He looked, then, at the brandy in his glass, and he sighed. It is, he said, a house of strategists. Fine. Fine. We will all go. But we will go with a detailed plan, and we will go with backup, and we will go only when I am satisfied I have identified every curse on the thing. Thank you, said Harry. That is reasonable. Your vocabulary. Yes. All right. They went, eventually, on the 5th of August. The Gaunt Shack, when they reached it, was worse than Regulus had feared and better than he had feared. The front door was warded in 3 ways, a snake-tongue lock, which Regulus, who had attended formal pureblood dinners as a teenager, could coax with enough Latin to sound convincing, a signature-sealed repelling charm, which Sirius broke by the simple expedient of hurling a rock at it, which turned out to work because the charm had been designed against wands and not against physics, and a final, subtler thing, a slow, thickening sadness that settled over all of them as they crossed the threshold, which Regulus had predicted from his reading and against which he had brought a tincture of his own making that he distributed in small vials to everyone including Creature. The ring was on a small altar of black stone in the back room. The altar was surrounded by 3 concentric painted circles on the floor. The ring, which Regulus had only seen in sketches, was a heavy gold band set with a black stone that had, carved on its face, the symbol Regulus had learned 6 months ago from Dumbledore's sealed letter, the Deathly Hallows. He had not expected the symbol. He stopped in the doorway. Reg, said Sirius. You froze. Yes. Why? Because the Dark Lord, Regulus said, slowly, did not know what he had. The ring he had been wearing for 2 decades was not what he thought. It is a hallow. The stone is a hallow. He has been walking around with a hallow. He did not know. Is that bad? It is very bad. It is also, possibly, useful. Also, this curse is now much more complicated. Harry. Out. Creature. With him. Now. Harry. Out. Harry, who had been promised he would not go in unless invited, went out. The work Regulus did on the ring, over the next 6 hours, was work that would have killed a less careful man. He started by pouring, drop by drop, a suspension he had distilled over the winter that neutralized Horcrux anchoring spells if applied on a full moon, which, through effort, he had arranged it to be. He poured slowly, and between drops he spoke the counter cadence Snape had, reluctantly and by letter, written out for him in April. The stone in the ring resisted. The stone in the ring resisted because of what was in it, which was, as Regulus had just deduced, the shard of Voldemort's soul, but also, he now realized, the shard of something else, a wisp like smoke, that was perhaps the thing that had killed Ignotus Peveril's brothers. Regulus worked without looking up. Sirius stood 3 feet behind him with his wand drawn. Sirius had been given one instruction: if Regulus reached for the ring with a bare hand, Sirius was to stun him. Regulus did not reach for the ring. Regulus spilled the last drop of his solution onto the ring, and the ring hissed, and cracked across the black stone, and there was a sound that was not a sound, a small inhuman wail somewhere in the walls of the cottage, and then silence. The crack ran across the face of the stone. The gold of the band glowed, briefly, and then cooled. Done, said Regulus. The shard. Gone. Freed. Dispersed. The stone is still a hallow. I do not think I should take it. Hallows are not meant for people like me. He paused. But I think I know who should have it. For now. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Yes. I will send it to him by owl. He can decide. They left the gaunt shack. They left Peter's ancestral home a little less cursed than they had found it. Outside, Harry was sitting on a tree stump with Creature standing beside him, and when they came out, Harry looked at his uncles, and the relief that came over him was so complete that he had to lean on his knees for a second to steady himself. "You're not dead," he said. "We are not dead. Please let that be a pattern. I will do my best." That was one. The second came faster than any of them were ready for. In August, the Weasley family, on an unrelated and perfectly innocent trip to Diagon Alley to shop for their children's school supplies, had an encounter with Lucius Malfoy at Flourish and Blotts, during which Lucius, in his chilly, ill-mannered way, slipped a small black book into the cauldron of the youngest Weasley child, Ginny. He had intended the book to cause, over the course of the year, a slow and terrible scandal at the Weasleys' expense, to the embarrassment of Arthur Weasley, who had lately been meddling in ministry business Lucius did not approve of. Lucius did not understand what the book was. Lucius believed it was a dangerous dark artifact, which made it, in his view, a useful prank. Lucius was, as usual, wrong about almost everything. The book was Voldemort's diary. The diary was a Horcrux. And the diary, over the course of the next 4 months, would have quietly unraveled Ginny Weasley's mind and woken the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and would have culminated in Ginny's death and the beginning of Voldemort's return through the diary's resident memory Voldemort. It did not culminate in any of those things, because 3 separate people were watching. The first was Molly Weasley, who was not a stupid woman, and who had noticed her daughter's pallor in early November. The second was Arthur, who had, since June, been under quiet aura instructions to report anything unusual in the household, following Pettigrew's arrest. The third was Harry Potter Black, who had been specifically asked by Regulus to befriend Ginny Weasley in her first year at school and to tell him immediately if she ever looked, grey and wet, like a bad coat on a rack. Ginny looked like a bad coat on a rack on the morning of the 30th of November. Harry wrote to Regulus. Regulus wrote to Arthur. Arthur spoke to Molly. Molly, with the particular quick brutal efficiency of mothers, went through Ginny's trunk on the first Hogsmeade weekend, found the diary, and rather than investigate it, oiled it, whole, undamaged, and wrapped in a dish towel that said a mother's love on it in cross-stitch, to Amelia Bones. Amelia, with the assistance of Dumbledore and of Regulus Black, who received a summons from the ministry for the first time in his life, examined the diary with the care of a team that had been told, for once, the full story. They destroyed it with basilisk venom, collected at Regulus's request from a sample Dumbledore had, for reasons he never fully explained, been keeping in a cupboard since 1943. The diary screamed as it died. The scream was heard in the walls of the ministry itself. Nobody pressed for a full explanation. That was too. Ginny Weasley, unaware of how close she had come to a year's worth of very bad things, finished her first year at Hogwarts in the top half of her class, with pink cheeks and a sharp tongue and a certain quiet suspicion about her new friend Harry Potterblack, who had taken to sitting near her at the Gryffindor table when she looked peaky, but who had never asked her for anything and never, interestingly, asked her how she was. She began to suspect she was being watched. She approved. The months after the diary were quieter than any of them had expected. Sirius, at Wyvernstone, slowly came back into himself. He learned to eat at regular intervals. He learned to sleep without the dog form for comfort. He taught Harry, to Regulus's mild exasperation, all of the improper jokes he had been saving up for his godson for 10 years, most of which Harry was too young for and too polite to find as funny as Sirius hoped. He spent a great deal of time in the garden. He, against everyone's expectations including his own, became gentle with Creature. Creature, in turn, became, in a fashion that he would not have admitted on his death, fond of Sirius. "You are all," Regulus said one evening, watching the three of them through the kitchen window, "going to drive me mad." "Yes," said Creature, at his elbow. "But Creature has made pudding." "Then I will be mad with pudding." "Yes, master." By the time Harry returned to Hogwarts for his second year, and then through a third, and into a fourth, the shape of the thing they were fighting had, for the first time in anyone's life, come into view. The diary had fallen. The ring had fallen. The locket had been retrieved from its island in September of Harry's second year and destroyed in the kitchen of Wyvernstone by Sirius with a fong Dumbledore sent via McGonagall, in a brief ceremony in which Sirius said only, over the shattered locket, for Regulus, who was right. The cup was in Gringotts. The diadem was at Hogwarts. And somewhere in Britain, shrunken and formless, Voldemort himself was a wraith without a body, moving on the wind, looking for his things and finding fewer of them each year. Bellatrix, meanwhile, was loose. She was careful. She was too careful. Regulus had expected her to make a move in the first month, she had made none. She had, according to Andromeda's best sources, gone quiet. She was, as Regulus feared, waiting for the one thing that would draw him out. She was waiting, in short, for Voldemort to come back. She would get her wish. It took 3 years. It happened, as these things do, at a tournament. By the summer before Harry's 5th year, the Triwizard Tournament had been held at Hogwarts. Harry had not been entered, because Regulus had personally handled the paperwork to ensure that the wards rejected his name. He had helped Cedric Diggory prepare for the second task instead, out of sheer fondness. The tournament had, at the end, been sabotaged, the cup had been a portkey, and a young Death Eater none of them had known was still walking around named Barty Crouch Jr. had tried to use the cup to deliver Harry and Cedric to a graveyard in Little Hangleton where Voldemort's wraith had been waiting with Peter Pettigrew's escaped cousin. Peter had been executed a year before, and with a cauldron of foul reconstitution brew. Except Harry had been told, quietly, by Regulus, never to touch a trophy he had not held first. And Cedric had been told, out of a different kind of caution, by Sprout. And Mad-Eye Moody, who had spent the year of the tournament acting strangely, had been discovered to be Barty Crouch Jr. himself 3 days before the final task. And so the Triwizard Cup, when it was presented, was handled first by Amelia Bones wearing dragonhide gloves, and the port key, when it activated, transported only a small carefully built dummy wearing Harry's school robes to the little Hangleton graveyard, where Voldemort, on the brink of his return, found in his cauldron a lump of papier-mâché, one blood-soaked sock, and, with absolutely exquisite timing, 6 oars. Voldemort, furious, fled the graveyard as a wraith. Pettigrew's cousin was killed. Barty Crouch Jr. was captured. Bellatrix, who had been lying in wait on the hill above the cemetery, vanished. Regulus read the prophet the next morning and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did, in the end, both. Sirius, across the table, was openly weeping. Harry was stone-faced. Creature was polishing a spoon. "It is not over," said Regulus. "No," said Sirius. "But it is not the end we feared." "No. He will try again." "Yes. We are going to have to go after him, proper," said Sirius. "We cannot wait. We cannot let him pick the ground next time. If we let him pick the ground next time, he will pick somewhere we cannot protect. He will pick the ministry. He will pick Hogwarts. He will pick this house. Then we do not let him pick." "Agreed. We destroy the diadem before the year is out. We breach Gringotts, somehow, for the cup. The cup will be the hardest. Goblins are goblins. The cup will be the hardest. We plan for a year. We strike in the summer." "Agreed. And then we finish him." Harry, at the far end of the table, cleared his throat. "Excuse me." "Yes, Harry. When you say we, I am including myself in it." "Of course. I am 15. You are 15. I have been in the letter book for 4 years. I have read every plan you have made since I was 11. I have argued with most of them. I have, yes, Harry. I am in, is what I am saying." Regulus looked across the table at his boy. The boy was no longer small. The boy was, in fact, as tall as Regulus, and had been for most of the last year. The boy had Regulus's jaw, now, strangely, though by blood he had no right to it. The boy had Lily's eyes and James's stubbornness and Sirius's laugh and Regulus's careful silences, and the boy, his uncle thought, was in a way Regulus had never been entirely, his own person. "You are in," Regulus said. "You have always been in." "Thank you." "Do not thank me. I will anyway." "Fine." Sirius, to break the moment, leaned back in his chair and said, "Right. Pass the marmalade. A man plans better on toast." They passed the marmalade. The diadem came first. Regulus had been corresponding, over that summer, with the Grey Lady. This was less a metaphor than it sounds. Ravenclaw's ghost, Helena, had been, in her afterlife, a reluctant and intermittent resident of a little alcove on the 5th floor, and Harry, over his 4th year, had taken to sitting with her for 10 minutes a night on his patrols as a prefect, and asking her nothing. Harry's patience with silence had, at last, been rewarded. In early June of his 4th year, the Grey Lady had leaned forward and, without preamble, told Harry the story of her diadem, how her mother's crown had been stolen by her, and then stolen from her, and then lost to a boy with dark eyes and good Latin who had, in 1944, convinced her by flattery alone to tell him where she had hidden it in life. "Where is it now, lady?" Harry had asked. "In the place where things go to wait. The room of requirement." "Yes." "May I take it?" "If you destroy it." "I will." He had told Regulus. Regulus had told Sirius. The 3 of them had gone, at night, with a fong Dumbledore provided in a velvet sleeve, and they had walked the corridor outside the room 3 times asking for a place where hidden things went to rest, and the door had opened, and they had gone in. The diadem had been in a niche inside a cabinet inside a pile of junk inside a cathedral of forgotten objects, and Harry had recognized it at once, because he had been staring at sketches of it for 3 years. He had handed it, without touching the stone, to Regulus, and Regulus had set it down on a clear patch of floor, and Sirius, without fuss, had driven the basilisk fang through it. The diadem had screamed like the diary had screamed. The room had trembled. And then the scream had stopped, and a shred of black smoke had drifted upward from the broken circlet and been gone before it reached the ceiling. 3, Regulus had said. 4, said Sirius. I was counting from the ring. I was counting from the diary. Does it matter? No. Good. Gringotts came second, and Gringotts was harder. They did not rob Gringotts. Regulus refused, on principle, to rob a bank he fully intended to continue using. Instead, Regulus spent the late summer of Harry's 4th year doing something much older-fashioned and much more obnoxious. He requested, through formal black family channels, a vault inspection. He submitted paperwork arguing that the Lestrange family vault, Vault 711, contained objects of cursed dark nature that posed a threat to the structural integrity of adjacent vaults, including several black family vaults, and that, as a primary stakeholder in the vicinity, he was entitled to be present for a goblin-supervised inspection of the premises. The paperwork was rejected. He resubmitted. He added an opinion from a cursebreaker. He added 3 supporting testimonies from Andromeda, Narcissa. Narcissa did not know she had submitted one. Regulus had forged her signature with considerable care, on the assumption that by the time Narcissa objected the inspection would be over, and 1 Amelia Bones. He added a small, extraordinarily expensive payment to the Goblin's own legal department. The paperwork was accepted. In early October of Harry's 5th year, Regulus Arcturus Black, in formal dark blue robes, walked into Gringotts at 10 in the morning with Amelia Bones, a goblin cursebreaker named Ranrock, and a small, carefully prepared satchel. He was guided, with much pomp, down into the deep vaults. The Lestrange vault was opened. The Lestrange vault was, as expected, full of cursed objects, several of which were dangerous and most of which were not. Hepzibah Smith's cup was on a high shelf at the back, guarded by a Gemino curse that duplicated everything it touched. Regulus, warned of the Gemino by Sirius, who had been warned of it by a muttering Bellatrix in a recovered memory Ted Tonks had tracked down, did not touch anything at all. He directed the goblin to cast the specific countercharm that neutralized a Gemino. Ranrock obliged, with a small professional smile Regulus found oddly charming. The cup, now inert, was then lifted by the goblin with tongs, examined, pronounced, a cursed cup with a fragment of a human soul within it, which is a family heirloom the Black family has prior claim on by blood, being descendants of the same line as Helga Hufflepuff through the Gaunts, which is a fiction Regulus had invented but which the goblins, disliking the Lestranges, did not contest, and surrendered to Regulus on presentation of 40,000 galleons, cash. Regulus walked out of Gringotts with the cup in his satchel, his pride mildly wounded by the expense, and his war, he thought, effectively won. He took the cup to Wyvernstone. He took it down into the cellar with Sirius and Harry and Creature, and Sirius destroyed it with the Fang, and the 4th Horcrux screamed and was gone. That left 2. The snake. And the shard in Harry. Regulus had known about the shard in Harry for 3 years. Dumbledore had written him the letter in the spring of Harry's 1st year, a long, painful letter whose title in Latin had meant the hardest truth. Regulus had read the letter alone on the step of Wyvernstone, and he had sat with it for a day and a night, and then he had gone and woken Creature and told Creature, calmly, that under no circumstances was Harry to know about the Latin letter until Regulus had worked out a plan that would preserve the boy's life. He had worked on that plan for 3 years. He had a plan. He had not told Sirius. He had not told Harry. He had not yet even told Dumbledore that he had a plan. The plan was not, strictly, a medical one, it was a bargain. He proposed to Voldemort, when he finally met him, the trade of a life for a life, his life for the piece of Voldemort that sat in his boy. Voldemort would not, of course, accept a trade offered in words. Voldemort would, however, accept a trade offered in magic, if the magic was old enough to compel him. There was, Regulus had found, one such piece of magic. It was the same piece that had protected Harry from a killing curse in 1981. Lily Evans had cast it without knowing what she was doing, by loving her son enough to die for him. Regulus had, he thought, loved the boy enough to die for him too. He had rehearsed the dying, in his head, for 3 years. He thought he was ready. He was wrong about exactly one part of the plan, but the part he was wrong about was the important one. He would discover his mistake, in the end, in the most inconvenient possible way. That was for the last chapter. For now, there was October. For now, the family in the cottage by the sea had 4 of 7 gone and 3 to find, and a snake somewhere in the dark, and a cousin loose on the wind, and a boy, 15, tall and dark and green-eyed, writing his essays at the kitchen table while his godfather argued with his uncle about chess. For now, there was the small good life that had been built, against every expectation, on the cliff of Wyvernstone by people who were not supposed to be alive. For now, that was enough. Harry closed his essay on a Saturday in late October, set his quill down, and looked around the table, Creature by the fire mending a sock with obsessive care, Sirius at the window in his dog form with his nose against the glass in sleep, Regulus across from him, reading, his spectacles at an angle that suggested he had forgotten he was wearing them. Reg. Yes. I am happy. Regulus looked up. Good. I wanted you to know. Before everything. Regulus set his book down. Harry, you have said this to me twice before. I have treasured it both times. I will treasure it now. But you are allowed, also, to be simply happy, not only about to risk something happy. Try. I am trying. Try harder. Harry laughed. Sirius, asleep as a dog, let out a small woof. Creature turned the sock. Outside, the sea rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell. Through the winter, they prepared. Harry, at school, was something he had not been as a first year, visibly and unapologetically a black as well as a Potter. He walked the corridors with his uncle's slight tilt of the head. He carried himself, the professors noticed, like a young man who knew his family, which was not the most common posture at Hogwarts. He was, by the end of his 5th year, a prefect, by mid-year, the quiet acknowledged leader of a study group that Hermione had organized in a disused classroom, by the late spring, a young man who had, without setting out to, made friends in every house. He dated no one. He was, according to Hermione's blunt assessment, not ready for that yet, and don't let Ginny Weasley bully you into it until you are. Harry had blushed and agreed. Dumbledore, throughout this year, was losing weight. Regulus watched him at the ring once, when they had gone together to the headmaster's office to discuss the last moves. The headmaster's hand, the right one, was grey to the wrist. Regulus, who had seen enough of curses to know the look of one, had started to ask. Dumbledore had met his eye and shaken his head almost imperceptibly, and Regulus had not asked. He would ask later. He would be, later, too late. Sirius, through the winter, remained at Wyvernstone. He was not, as he had once been, a restless man. Azkaban had taken the restlessness out of him. What it had not taken was his humor, and his humor, by Christmas, had almost returned in its full mocking flower. He and Regulus argued about books. He and Creature argued about food. He and Harry argued about absolutely nothing at all, because Sirius's entire accumulated relationship with Harry was made up of back payments of love that he was, slowly, finally getting to pay. Reg, Sirius said one cold evening in February, in the kitchen, after Harry had gone to bed, do you ever think, no. You do not know what I was going to say. You were going to say, do you ever think about how strange it is that our lives worked out like this? No. I do not. I think about how strange it would have been if they hadn't. Oh. Any other questions? Yes. Pass the bread. Take it. Regulus's plan, meanwhile, quietly grew. He had been reading, in his long autumn nights, a kind of magic most people did not know existed, and most of those who did left alone. He had been reading about sacrifice magic in its old sense, not the blood ritual parody the Dark Lord had used, but the original form, the form written about in the oldest part of the Black Library, from the Brittonic lineage, the principle of deliberate substitution. A life given in knowing love could, under specific circumstances, redeem another life, and it could do so without death if the giver was willing to give something other than life that had the shape of life. A decade, say. 30 years. 50. He was 43. He could, according to the texts, offer 30 years, half of what remained to him, more or less, if he was lucky, and the balance would be enough. He would live out the rest. He would be old. He would be tired. He would see Harry into middle age. That was, as bargains with the dark went, a good one. He did not, of course, tell anyone this. He wrote it down instead, in a letter, and he sealed the letter, and he gave it to Creature with specific instructions about when it was to be delivered. The specific instructions were, not until afterward. Any afterward. Creature, receiving the letter, looked at his master for a long moment. Master. Yes. Creature does not like this letter. You have not read it. Creature does not need to. Noted. Keep it anyway. Yes, master. The spring came. The long thaw on the sea lifted, and the gorse budded, and the gulls changed their pattern again, and somewhere beyond the Fidelius, deep in the country, Voldemort walked again, though in no body that any of them could find. Pettigrew's cousin was dead. Barty Crouch Jr. was in Azkaban. Bellatrix was loose. Yaxley was on the move. Lucius Malfoy, who had been cleared once and who was under quieter ministry scrutiny now, was tight-lipped. Somewhere among all of them the Dark Lord had, by some means, begun to gather a body, and one night in late May, Andromeda Tonks told them 3 words. He is back. Regulus read them. He read them a second time. He did not sleep that night. He went downstairs instead, and he sat by the dying fire, and he wrote a last letter to Harry that he also sealed. He put the 2 letters into the box on the kitchen shelf where Creature kept important papers. Then he made tea for himself. Then, in the smallest hours, he climbed back up to bed and lay down beside Sirius. Sirius had been, since February, sleeping as Padfoot at the foot of Regulus's bed because Padfoot was a better sleeper, and he watched the ceiling until the dawn came. The last piece of the last year had begun. He told them at breakfast. Sirius, on being told, did not speak for a full minute. He looked at the pot of marmalade. He looked at his hands. He looked at Harry, who was eating toast with the slow, careful precision of a person who had been taught, long ago, not to waste crumbs. What do we do? Sirius said finally. We finish him before he finds us. The snake. The snake. There is no other piece to find. Destroy the snake and he is mortal again. Once he is mortal, any of a dozen things can kill him. I will not promise who gets to do it. I will promise only that it is done. By us. Not by the ministry. Not by Dumbledore alone. The people who loved the Potters, who loved you, Sirius, who loved the boy, we are the people who finish him. The Order. The Order. Yes. Dumbledore will call them in. I will write to him today. Harry. Harry set down his toast. Yes. You will not be in the last fight. I will be in the last fight. Harry, Reg. I love you. I am going to be in the last fight. If I am not in it, I am in a cupboard under a stair, and I have been in one of those once already, in my life. I am going to be in it. I am 16 now. I have waited since I was 11. No. Regulus looked at his boy. His boy, who was 16. His boy, who was a black and a Potter and who was taller than him now. His boy, whose eyes were lilies and whose jaw was, somehow, against all blood, his own. All right, he said. You are in it. On my conditions. Not yours. And Harry, yes. I would like a hug. Harry, after an astonished second, got up and crossed the kitchen and hugged him. He was taller than Regulus by then. His chin went on top of Regulus's head. Regulus let himself be hugged for as long as he dared, which was about 12 seconds, and then he tapped his boy's back and Harry let him go, and Regulus sat down, and Sirius, across the table, did not quite manage to keep his face straight. Chapter 5 End. Chapter 6, The Last Black Dumbledore died in June. He died in the Hogwarts astronomy tower, of the curse he had caught from the ring. He died on his own terms, by his own arrangement, with Severus Snape at his elbow performing, after long prior argument, the act that the old man had insisted he be willing to perform. Snape, who had agreed because Dumbledore had asked and because the arrangement preserved Snape's long double cover among the remnants of the Death Eaters, was afterwards presumed dead himself. He had in fact operated, badly injured, to a safe house in Yorkshire, where he stayed in hiding for the remainder of that summer while Regulus and the Order fought on. He would resurface later. He would be pardoned, eventually. He would retire to a cottage of his own one village over from Wyvernstone, 12 years after these events, and he would, against all odds, on weekends, come over for dinner. But in June, when Dumbledore died, none of them knew any of that. Regulus read the news in the Prophet and sat alone in the cottage kitchen and felt, for the first time in weeks, genuinely old. He had not been especially fond of Albus Dumbledore in life. He had liked the man well enough, in his own sharp-edged way. He had, however, come to rely on him without ever quite calling it that, and now, with his death, the last generation's last giant was gone, and the fight was his, and his brothers, and his boys. It was a strange unmooring. He sat at the table. He made tea. He drank it. He went to find Sirius. Sirius was in the garden with Harry. They were practicing a particular drill Regulus had made them invent, Sirius on offense, Harry on defense, with Creature as a moving obstacle in the form of a small hawk. Harry was very good at it. Harry was, by the summer of his 16th year, good enough at defense that Sirius, who had been an Auror-grade duelist before Azkaban, was beginning to lose more than he won, at least when he wasn't serious about it. They stopped when they saw Regulus's face. "He's gone, isn't he?" Sirius said. "Yes." "When?" "Last night." "The astronomy tower." "An old story. I will not say more." "Snape was there." "Snape." "Sirius." "Not now. We will argue about Snape another day. For today, he is gone. The old man is gone. Harry, I am sorry. He loved you in his own way." "I know," Harry said, quietly. "We are going to have to move faster." "I know. We will find the snake. We have 3 months. At the outside." "Okay." They did find her. They found her, after weeks of maddening false leads, through an accidental byproduct of ministry surveillance of Yaxley. Yaxley, without knowing he was watched, had been observed bringing a large basket of live frogs to a particular stately house in Shropshire, and the Order had concluded, correctly, that the house in Shropshire was where Voldemort was keeping Nagini, because Voldemort was keeping Nagini with him. They did not immediately move. They waited, for 2 weeks, for Voldemort's patrol patterns to reveal themselves. It was in that time that Bellatrix took Andromeda. So the assault went forward anyway. And so, on the 2nd of August, the last black-on-black confrontation in British history arrived at a ballroom in Wiltshire with the Snake and the Dark Lord and the final shard in the boy and all of the other pieces, at last, on the same board. Voldemort came for them on the 2nd of August. The week before the 2nd of August had been, even by the standards of that summer, frantic. The Order had split into 3 wings under McGonagall, Kingsley, and Regulus, and each wing had been given a separate mandate: intelligence, containment, and preparation. Regulus ran preparation. He drilled Sirius and Harry every morning in the garden, he wrote, every afternoon, to the scattered agents he had built up over a decade, he read, every evening by firelight, whatever reports Andromeda and Ted forwarded him. Harry, meanwhile, had finally cast a corporeal Patronus. It was a stag, which had surprised no one, but which had, in the way of these things, taken him 9 attempts on the particular day it first formed. Sirius had wept when he saw it. Sirius, in that summer, wept frequently. Nobody made him feel stupid about it. They had identified the snake's daily routine. They had identified Voldemort's resting patterns, or rather his servants had betrayed those patterns through sloppiness. They had identified one thing that Regulus had not expected: Yaxley, the patient watcher, had quietly turned. He had not turned toward the Order, he had turned only away from Voldemort, because Voldemort had lately begun to terrify even his own, and Yaxley had spent 10 years positioning himself to be somewhere else when the final crash came. On the 30th of July, Yaxley had sent, through an intermediary who was also Yaxley's mistress's sister, a small and unsolicited piece of intelligence: Malfoy Manor is the contingency. If the Dark Lord loses his current house, he will go there. Bellatrix is already preparing it. He came for them because he had spent 3 months trying, and failing, to find them. The Fidelius held. The wards held. The boy had not returned to Hogwarts for a year. Term had, by general agreement, been ended early on Dumbledore's authority, after the headmaster's hand finally claimed him in June and the school had gone into mourning, and so the boy had not moved on any road that Voldemort's servants had been able to watch. Voldemort, in this, was forced to the same strategy that Dumbledore had once refused: patience. He waited. His servants watched. His cousin, who had escaped Azkaban 2 years prior and had spent those 2 years trying to prove herself to him all over again, brought him, eventually, the one piece of information he needed. It was not Regulus's location. It was Andromeda Tonks's. Bellatrix found her sister before she found her cousin. Bellatrix went to the house at Stanton-under-Wold, and Bellatrix took her sister. She took her alive. She took her with the single long-term intention of making her cousin come out. Andromeda's husband, Ted, old Sirius as the house was still burning. The owl arrived, smoking, at 11 in the morning. Regulus read it. He stood up. He looked at Sirius. Sirius looked back. "All right," Regulus said, quietly. "Today. Not tomorrow. Today. We have no location. They will give us one. Bellatrix has not taken Andromeda to hurt her. Bellatrix has taken her to summon me. Bellatrix will send a ransom within the hour." The ransom came within 40 minutes. It was a strip of parchment bound around a lock of Andromeda's hair. It said only, "Malfoy Manor. Noon. Come alone. Come in your own face. Or your sister loses her face." "Cousin is direct," said Sirius. "Cousin has always been direct. She has not specified who else may come. She has not. I suspect that is deliberate. She wants a spectacle. She is giving us an opening and daring us not to take it. We take it. We take it." They did not go alone. They called the Order. Dumbledore was dead, the Order was, with Moody also dead, run now by a council of 3, Minerva McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and, against his own early expectations, Regulus Arcturus Black. The Order, with Amelia Bones's Aurors at its shoulder, assembled at Wyvernstone within 2 hours. The plan, such as it was crude. They would approach Malfoy Manor from 3 directions. Harry would not be in the first wave. Harry would come at the end, to finish. Kreacher, in the form of the stoat he had been practicing, would carry the snake-killing blade. Bellatrix would be separated, if possible, from the Dark Lord, and engaged by the 3 blacks, Andromeda once she was freed, Sirius, and Regulus. Voldemort, if he came, would be engaged by everyone else, and the snake would be killed during the distraction, and Voldemort's body, without its last Horcrux anchor, would finally be killable. They Noonport keyed in. Malfoy Manor, in the thin August sun, had the look of a country house preparing for a garden party it did not want to host. The peacocks on the lawn scattered when the Aurors appeared. Lucius Malfoy, in the front hall, on seeing Kingsley Shacklebolt come through his front door with £100 of warrant, raised his hands in such immediate capitulation that he became, by that one gesture, the most useful man in the British ministry for the next decade. Narcissa, on her stairs, said only, "The East Wing. My sister is in the East Wing. You will find her alive." I put a hair in her mouth so that Bellatrix could not silence her properly. Sirius gave Narcissa a long look on his way past. It was not forgiveness. It was the look of a man who had, finally, found the hint of something to work with on a cousin he had always found too hard. Andromeda was in a drawing room in the East Wing. She was tied to a chair. She was bruised. She was not, however, either silent or humiliated, because her sister had underestimated, as usual, the quality of a Slytherin who had chosen love. "Took your time," Andromeda said. "Sorry," said Sirius. "Where is she?" "Ballroom." "Of course she is." They cut her loose. They gave her a wand. She straightened her collar, as if going to dinner. She said, "Let us not keep our sister waiting." The ballroom of Malfoy Manor had been cleared for a duel. The chandeliers had been raised to the ceiling, the rugs had been rolled back, the long windows had been flung open to the garden. Bellatrix stood at the far end with the Dark Lord beside her. The Dark Lord wore his body again, tall, whip-thin, snake-skinned, eyes burning. Nagini, the snake, was coiled at his feet. He did not look surprised to see all of them. He looked, instead, pleased, in the way a chess player looks when the position he has arranged is the one he hoped for. "Regulus," he said. "My lord. You came. You summoned my sister. A cousin. Still a black. A sister, in everything that matters to me. And I came for her. I also came for you." Voldemort smiled. Nagini lifted her head. "Bella," said Voldemort, "the girls." "My lord. The boy too, if he comes. Harry Potter last. I want the boy for last." "My lord." "Bella." "Yes, my lord. No mistakes." "No, my lord." The duel started, as these things do, with an instant that no one afterward was quite able to describe. Bellatrix moved. Andromeda moved. Sirius moved. Regulus moved. 3 wands leveled, and a 4th joined late by Kingsley at the door, and spells went out in every direction at once, and for perhaps 30 seconds the ballroom was filled with so much light that the gilt on the walls began to scorch. Bellatrix was, as she had always been, magnificent. She fought like the incarnation of a bad dream. She laughed. She screamed. She threw curses at her own sister that should have, by any human measure, killed her, and Andromeda ducked them, and answered, and did not kill her back, because Andromeda had decided, in the ministry holding room she had sat in briefly at the age of 19 when her family disowned her, that she would never murder her sister even if her sister deserved it, and had kept the promise for 30 years. Sirius and Regulus worked as a pair. They had not dueled together since they were small boys. They fell into the rhythm of it as though they had practiced for a year. Sirius was the left, Regulus was the right. Sirius shouted, Regulus did not. Sirius attacked, Regulus shielded. They drove Bellatrix slowly across the ballroom floor. They drove her not because they were stronger than she was but because there were 3 of them and there was one of her, and the mathematics of a duel are merciless. Bellatrix, at the last, saw Andromeda and cried, "Sister," in a voice that sounded almost like love. Andromeda, without flinching, cast a body bind. Bellatrix twisted away. Bellatrix raised her wand. Bellatrix opened her mouth. Sirius's next spell took her in the throat and she did not finish her incantation, and she went down, and she did not get up, and Andromeda, dropping to her knees beside her sister's body, said only, "Oh, Bella," in a voice that had in it more grief than hate, and then she got up and went back into the fight, because her nephew was in the room now. Harry had come in at the wide door at the far end of the ballroom. He was flanked by Kingsley and McGonagall. He was holding a wand in his right hand and nothing at all in his left, because he had been told, over and over, by his uncle, that the people who fought with a free hand were the people who lived long enough to help others to their feet. He walked into the light. He was 16. He looked, in the shine off the gilt, very much like his father. Voldemort smiled at him. "Boy. You. It has been a long time. I have been busy. Come to me." No. The fight that followed, the proper fight, was not long. It was never going to be long. Voldemort was not, any more, a particularly gifted duelist. He had spent too much of his life farming out labor, and his reflexes were not what they had been. Harry, by contrast, had been dueling his uncle, his godfather, and Professor Flitwick, who had volunteered, with considerable glee, for private weekend tutorials, for 3 years. Harry had the braided shield. Harry had the Patronus, now. Harry had the strong bones of a boy who had been fed and loved and taught, and he had, also, in the quiet hidden center of himself, the shard he did not know he carried, the small piece of the man who was trying to kill him. What Voldemort did not know, and what Regulus had spent 3 years working out in his library, was that the shard in Harry was wound in Voldemort as much as in Harry. Voldemort could no more kill Harry directly than he could cut his own hand off in a passion. Every spell Voldemort cast at Harry weakened Voldemort by a small, imperceptible increment. And every spell Harry sent at Voldemort, Harry, whose every practiced blow was thrown in perfect honesty, without malice, with only the pure intent of defense, weakened Voldemort further. Harry's stunner, cast on the third exchange, knocked Voldemort back a pace. Harry's disarming charm, on the fifth, broke the grip of the hand holding the wand. Voldemort knew by the sixth pass that he was losing. He did what he had always done when he was losing, he sent his familiar. Nagini lunged. She lunged at Harry. Because that was the plan. Voldemort, in his hubris, had understood that the shard in the boy was, from the Dark Lord's point of view, an asset. He had planned, that day, to take it back. The snake was intended to open the boy at a specific point, so that Voldemort could then possess him, swallow the shard back into himself, and walk out of Malfoy Manor in the boy's skin. It was a disgusting plan. It was also, given the shape of the thing, a plan that might have worked. Except Kreacher got to the snake first. Kreacher, in stoat form, had been under the dais for the entire duel. Kreacher had been waiting. Kreacher had the fang in his tiny jaws, wrapped in a small scrap of dragon hide. Kreacher sprang, at the exact moment Nagini's head moved, across the dais and onto the snake's back, and he drove the fang into the base of her skull. Nagini's scream was something no one in that ballroom ever forgot. She thrashed. She writhed. She burned from the inside out, like all Horcruxes burned. Kreacher, thrown off, hit the wall hard, and did not move, and Regulus, seeing this, for a moment lost his composure entirely and shouted, without dignity, "Kreacher!" Kreacher sat up on the marble, dusty and furious, and scolded him. "Kreacher is fine, master. Focus on the Dark Lord." "I will focus on the Dark Lord," said Regulus, refocusing on the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord was, then, mortal. He felt it. The last tether had broken. He felt, also, the shard in Harry shudder. He raised his wand. He pointed it at the boy. He said, "Avada." Regulus stepped in front of Harry. He had not planned it this way. His plan had required that he invoke the old substitution magic, in a careful sequence of words, in a circle, with certain preparations. His plan had required 12 hours of setup. His plan had, in short, not anticipated that he would have 3 seconds in a ballroom to decide. He had made peace with his plan, though, over 3 years. He had dry run it, in his head, 1,000 times. And in stepping between the Dark Lord's wand and his boy's body, in that instant, without words, he found that the magic was, in the end, simple. It was only what Lily had done. And if Lily, without reading a single book, could do it, he, who had read every book he could find on it, could certainly do it as well. He did not die. That was the thing about the substitution. It took, from the willing giver, whatever the giver had offered, and Regulus had offered, in writing, 30 years. The curse struck him. It went through him in a white line. It did not blow him apart, the way such things usually did. It sank into him, and he felt, all at once, something in his chest turn over, and he felt a cold that was not pain but something older than pain, and he felt his hair, on his scalp, go grey in a sweep from the temples back, and he felt his knees, which had been his knees all his life, become old knees, and then he stood, on old knees, and he lived. And Harry, behind him, gasped, and the shard in Harry's scar went out like a candle, absorbed neither back into Voldemort nor forward into oblivion but taken by the substitution too, taken into Regulus's old new body and dissolved there by the last of the locket death that still lingered in him, and all of these things happened in the span of about 1 second. Voldemort stared. Voldemort did not understand. Voldemort did not have the time to understand. Harry raised his wand. He did not cast a killing curse, because Harry had been raised by a man who had not wished him to, and because Harry had been raised by a second man, Sirius, who had asked him, specifically, not to. He cast, instead, a variant of the disarming charm that Flitwick had been working on for years, modified by Regulus into a kind of soul resonance hex, a spell that undid a wand from its master at the level of intention, not grip. Voldemort's wand tore itself out of his hand. It flew through the air. It struck the marble floor. It cracked. And Voldemort, now, was mortal, and defenseless, and 69 years old. He cast a curse anyway, wandless, snarling, and it glanced off a shield that Andromeda, without ceremony, had put up around her nephew. He tried another. He flailed. He stumbled. He lifted his own broken hand. He began, Regulus saw with a strange pang, to look, for the first time in his life, small. And that was how Voldemort ended. He was not killed by a hero. He was not killed by a single spell. He was apprehended, with considerable bureaucracy, by Kingsley Shacklebolt, who bound him on his knees, and by Amelia Bones, who read him, formally, the charges against him as he spat at her shoes. He was dragged, in body binds, through his own manor, out into the sunlight of a Wiltshire afternoon, and he was port-keyed to the ministry, where he was subsequently tried, convicted, and given, not the kiss he would have preferred for its drama, but a plain and boring life sentence in a new cell they had built specifically for him in the deepest vault of the ministry, where he would spend the next 11 years in magical silence, unable to speak, unable to move, unable, most galling of all, to be noticed. It was the most humiliating possible end for Lord Voldemort. Amelia Bones had designed it personally. He died, 11 years later, of old age. Nobody wrote about it. It was on page 7 of the Prophet. It was, by then, a very small story. In the ballroom, on the afternoon of the 2nd of August, Regulus Black sat down on a dais step and put his head between his knees and breathed. His hair was completely white. His hands, when he lifted them, were the hands of an old man. His back, when he straightened it, was stiff. He lifted his face to the light of the open windows, and he laughed, because it was the only sound in him. Reg. He looked up. Harry was kneeling in front of him. Harry was crying. Harry, who had not cried in front of him in 5 years, was absolutely undone. Reg. Your hair, I traded. You what? 30 years. I had them. I gave them. It is not a bad bargain, Harry. I get to see you to 40. I get to see your children, if you decide you want any. I get to be an old man with you for another 20. I always wanted to be an old man. It is the one ambition I had that I have kept. Reg. Yes. I love you. I know. I love you, Reg. I know, Harry. I know. They sat on the dais step, the 16-year-old and the old man, and around them the ballroom cleared. Andromeda was weeping, not for Voldemort but for Bellatrix, who was laid out on the floor like a girl who had fallen asleep at a ball. Sirius was kneeling beside Creature, examining a small singed ear and being fussed at for doing so. Kingsley was writing a long preliminary report on the wall with his wand, because there was no spare parchment. Narcissa Malfoy, halfway up the staircase, was holding her son's hand. Lucius Malfoy, beside them, was very carefully not looking at anyone. They went home. The walk out of Malfoy Manor was, in Regulus's memory, the slowest walk he had ever done. He was, of course, now an old man. His body, in those first minutes, had not yet found the gait it would settle into. He leaned a little on Harry. Harry did not say anything about being leaned on, he simply adjusted his pace and offered an arm. They walked past the peacocks, which had come back. They walked past the Aurors, who had formed a small honor line without being asked. They walked past the gates, which Narcissa herself opened. Narcissa did not speak. She inclined her head, once, as Regulus passed, and he returned the gesture. It was not, quite, forgiveness. It was the first small payment on a long account. Creature, on Sirius's shoulder, slept through most of the walk. Andromeda, beside her sister's body, had been coaxed, gently, by McGonagall, into letting Bellatrix be taken by the proper services, and Andromeda, leaving the ballroom behind, had stood on the steps of the manor for a long time and had said only, to no one in particular, I loved her when we were small. I think I have loved her the whole time. I am sorry. Nobody corrected her. Nobody told her it had been right. Nobody needed to. At the portkey point, Regulus sat down heavily on a low wall. He looked up at his boy. He said, Harry. One more thing. Yes. The prophecy. What about it? Sirius was going to tell you. He and I argued about it for 3 years. He was supposed to tell you this autumn, if we lived. But he is not going to, now. Because there is, now, no prophecy to tell. He is gone. The prophecy is gone. It was about a choice he made, not about a thing you are. You were never the chosen one, Harry. You were the chosen one of a man I chose you for. That is a different thing. Harry thought about this. Reg. Yes. Thank you. For what? For choosing me. Regulus closed his eyes. He noticed, crying. It surprised him, mildly, because he had not thought he still could. It was the best thing I ever did, he said. Come on. Home. Wyvernstone had not changed. The sea had not changed. The gorse had not changed. The blackthorn tree was still bent east. Creature, bandaged, was still complaining about his ear. Sirius, pacing the kitchen, was already beginning the very long process of becoming someone who laughed loudly at dinner. Andromeda, by agreement, stayed a week. Ted came down on the second day and stayed the rest of the week too. Dora Tonks, who had been on duty at the ministry during the fight, arrived on day 4 and changed her hair 6 times in the first hour, because she had decided to reintroduce herself to her wider family and that was her method. Harry, who had come home from the war as a boy, stayed as a man. He did not go back to Hogwarts in the autumn as a student. He went back as an assistant to Professor Flitwick, because Flitwick had asked, because the school had lost Dumbledore and could use any number of competent hands, and because Harry, after everything, did not want to stop reading. Regulus, at Wyvernstone, became, with cheerful stubbornness, an old man. He did not pretend to a strength he no longer had. He sat on the cliff in the afternoons. He wrote letters. He wrote, eventually, a short slim book about Horcruxes and the obligations of a wizarding civilization to police itself, which was published by a small university press and read by approximately 30 people, all of them very important. He took up gardening. He refused to give up Creature, who refused, in turn, to be given up. They argued, affectionately, on the subject of biscuits for the next 20 years. Sirius, in time, moved out. He took a cottage 3 fields inland, within walking distance, and he filled it with terrible art and with a motorbike he could no longer fly on, and with, eventually, a small rescue greyhound named Walburga, whose name was, everyone agreed, the best joke of the decade. Andromeda's daughter Dora married, 5 years later, a former defense professor named Remus Lupin, who had survived the war because Regulus had made a point, in 1994, of writing him a letter explaining exactly why Sirius was not, in fact, a murderer. Lupin and Sirius had, from that day, been inseparable. Their son, Teddy, was the joy of Andromeda's old age and the light of Harry's early 20s. Harry was his godfather. Harry was, people sometimes remarked, a very natural godfather, as though he had learned somewhere how it ought to be done. In the spring that Harry turned 21, a small thing happened that Regulus would remember, afterward, as the end of the story. Harry came home for a weekend, and he brought with him a very nervous young woman named Ginny Weasley, who Regulus had last seen in the kitchen of the Burrow when she was 10 and so thin she had looked bent, and who had grown into a confident red-headed Quidditch player with a laugh that Regulus recognized, from Molly, in the very first second. Harry introduced her. Regulus, standing up from his chair with the small creak of his old knees, kissed her hand, because it was a thing one could only do if one were old enough, and said, "Welcome, child. Stay as long as you like. There is soup." Ginny, later, in the kitchen, whispered to Harry, "Your uncle is a gentleman." "I know. He kissed my hand. He does that now. He enjoys it. Let him. I think I love him already." "Yes," said Harry, quite calmly. "I think that is how this works." They married, 2 years later, in a small ceremony on the cliff at Wyvernstone, with Creature in a velvet waistcoat and Sirius making a speech that nobody afterward could remember in full, but that was, by universal agreement, the funniest thing anyone had ever heard from him. Regulus, officiating by accident, no one else had thought to ask an actual officiant in time, mispronounced the word solemnly twice, forgot the final line, and saved the ceremony, finally, by saying, "Do you take each other? Yes or no?" They both said yes. He said, "Then that is settled. Pass me the rings." The rings were passed. The rings were exchanged. The gulls screamed. The sea came in. The last black of the old house had outlived, by that day, the last Dark Lord he had ever served, and he had outlived his brother's sentence, and he had outlived, by a narrow margin, his own death, and he had raised, against every reasonable expectation of the universe, a boy who had not become what anyone wanted him to become, and who had instead become, simply, himself. And, as the wind came in off the sea, Regulus Arcturus Black, white-haired, old, permanent, and free, sat down on a bench his godnephew had built for him, took a biscuit from a plate his elf had offered, and watched the young people dance. He was content. He had, after all, lived a life nobody had written for him. In the years that followed, a small, stubborn story grew up among the new Hogwarts students about the old Ravenclaw who had once been the boy who lived. They said he had been raised, in secret, by a man nobody had been able to find. They said the man had walked into a cave alone and had come out carrying a cup of poison in his blood and a locket in his hand, and had never, to his dying day, been able to sleep all the way through a storm. They said he had a brother in Azkaban who the world had forgotten, and that he had proved the brother's innocence with a stupid plan involving a rat. They said he had destroyed more pieces of the Dark Lord than anyone, including the Dark Lord, had known existed. They said he was old now, and that he sat on a cliff in Cornwall, and that if you went there he would make you tea, if you were polite. The students said all of this. The students were, on the whole, correct about most of it. Harry, for his part, did not talk about any of it much. He taught at Hogwarts for 3 years in a visiting capacity, moved into the Defense Against the Dark Arts seat briefly when no one else would take it, broke the so-called curse on the position by the simple expedient of surviving both his full year and the summer following, and then resigned and became, for a decade, an Auror. He was a good Auror. He was also, in the opinion of his godfather, a slightly boring Auror, in that he preferred paperwork to chases. Sirius told him this at every holiday. Harry, after the fourth time, had Sirius's portrait painted into his office with Sirius's explicit consent and the specific instruction that the portrait was to make only the paperwork joke, forever. Sirius's portrait did. It was one of several revenges that Sirius, in life, enjoyed organizing on his own behalf. Ginny and Harry had 3 children, in time. The first, a girl, was named Lily Andromeda, the second, a boy, was named James Sirius, the third, a boy again, was named Regulus Arthur. Regulus Arthur was not called Reg, Regulus the elder had said, with a rare flash of private vanity, was taken. Regulus Arthur was called Rory. Rory, in his 11th summer, spent 3 weeks at Wyvernstone with his great-uncle and his great-great-uncle and a house elf and a pile of fishing tackle, and came back to his parents with a deep tan, a sunburned nose, and a small, quite good, entirely unironic eulogy for a mackerel. Ginny read the eulogy aloud to Harry at breakfast. Harry, with great dignity, spilled his tea. "He's been," Ginny said. "He's been. Reg's infected him with everything." "Of course he has. Reg is a menace." "Reg," said Harry, "is a menace." "Yes. Are we going to send him again next year?" "Oh yes." In the end, Regulus Arcturus Black died at 74, in his own bed at Wyvernstone, with Creature on a stool at his bedside polishing a spoon for no reason and Sirius in a chair reading the Prophet aloud. He died quietly. He died without a struggle. He had, by then, buried Andromeda and Ted, had danced at the weddings of 5 nieces and nephews, had lost Kingsley Shacklebolt to a stroke in 2021 and attended the funeral with his knees protesting, had written 3 more slim books that almost nobody had read, and had reconciled, in their 60s, with his cousin Narcissa over a reluctant shared lunch at the 3 Broomsticks in which neither of them apologized for anything but both of them had the beef pie. He left everything to Harry. Harry, opening the will in a solicitor's office in Diagon Alley, read the document with a slowly curving smile, because the document was in Regulus's handwriting and the handwriting had a small arrow in the margin at one point, with the note, "If you are reading this, and you are, I have a request. Do not sell Wyvernstone. Do not rent it out. Do not dig up the garden. Live in it sometimes. Let the children be bored in it. Let Creature die, when he does, in the kitchen. The cottage is a person, now. I have been trying to make it one for 40 years. Tell it I said goodbye." Harry tucked the will into his coat. He went home. He told Wyvernstone, when he arrived, that its old keeper had said goodbye. He was not sure whether the cottage heard him. He was fairly sure it did. The kettle, at that moment, boiled without being asked to, and Creature, by the hearth, wiped his long nose with the corner of an apron, and Sirius, a portrait now on the kitchen wall, made the paperwork joke, and Rory, who was 12, came in from the garden with a small mackerel in a tin pan. "Dad," Rory said. "Yes. Reg always told me, you thank it, and then you gut it properly, and then you do not waste it. Is that right?" "That is exactly right, Rory." "Okay." Rory took the pan into the kitchen. The sea, outside, came in and out and in and out and in, as the sea has always done on the Cornish coast, and as it will do, reader, for as long as there is a Cornish coast for it to find. That is the story of how Regulus Black raised Harry Potter. And that is the story of how Harry Potter, in the end, raised a very great deal else. In the study at Wyvernstone, long after Regulus was buried on the cliff where he had watched 1,000 tides, Harry found a notebook in the bottom drawer of his uncle's desk. The notebook was bound in plain brown leather. It had no title on the front. Inside, the first page was dated the night Creature had brought him home from Privet Drive, and the entry said only, "A boy came into this house tonight. I do not know yet what to do with him." The last page was dated the spring before Regulus's death. It said, "He has Ginny, and 3 children, and a great dog named Padfoot too, and he came by on Tuesday with a pie. He was the best thing I ever did. I would not do anything else, if I had to choose again. That is enough for any life. I have been, against all reason, happy. Let it be known, to whoever reads this, happiness is not the privilege of good people. It is the reward for stubborn ones. I recommend stubbornness. Harry, reading this, sat in his uncle's chair in his uncle's study and did not move for a long time. Then he stood up, and he closed the notebook, and he put it back in the drawer. "Okay, Reg," he said, to the empty room. He went downstairs. In the kitchen, Ginny was making soup. Rory was reading a book on the bench by the window. Lily Andromeda, 19 now, was home for the weekend from her internship at the Department of Mysteries and was complaining, loudly and delightfully, about her supervisor. James Sirius, as always, was at Hogwarts. His letters this week had been about a girl named Alice. Creature, ancient now but still alive, he would outlive them all, as elves sometimes did, was stirring a pot at the stove. His ears drooped a little when he was working. He had once told Harry, been sad since about 1993, and he did not intend to start now. Harry sat down at the table. He accepted a bowl. He ate the soup. Outside, the sea came in. Inside, a family ate. And the cottage, which Regulus Arcturus Black had once said was a person, listened. One more scene, if you will indulge it. Years before any of this, on the first night Regulus and Harry had shared a roof, Creature had crept into Regulus's room at 4 in the morning to check that his master was still breathing. He had found him awake, in fact, sitting upright in bed with the baby asleep on his shoulder. "Master is not sleeping." "No. Master will be tired tomorrow." "I will." "Would Master like Creature to take the baby?" "No. Thank you. I am holding him." "Yes, Master." "Creature." "Yes, Master. I did not think I was going to get to be anyone's anything. I thought that had been decided." "Creature does not understand, Master." "Never mind. Never mind. I am going to hold him until morning. Go to bed." "I am all right." "Yes, Master." Creature had gone to bed. The baby had slept. Regulus had held him until the sun rose. He had held him because he had not been able to imagine, yet, putting him down. Years later, old and white-haired, Regulus would sit up in that same bed in that same cottage on a cold autumn night, and his boy, grown now, and grey at the temples himself, would come in to check on him. Regulus would look up, and he would smile, and he would say, "Hello, Harry. Pull up the chair. Tell me about your day." Harry would pull up the chair. Harry would tell him about his day. And somewhere in the telling, with the sea loud outside the window and the kettle whistling in the kitchen below, Regulus Arcturus Black, the last of the old black line in the shape it had once had, would fall asleep still listening, with the small quiet satisfaction of a man who had, despite everything, finished his work. That is, in the end, what he would have wanted me to tell you. Not the duels. Not the Horcruxes. Not even, really, the sacrifice. He would have wanted me to tell you about the night he sat up with a baby on his shoulder, and decided not to put him down, and kept that decision, at enormous personal cost and in the teeth of an entire war, for the rest of his life. That is the story. Pass the marmalade. A man plans better on toast. In the kitchen at Wyvernstone, on the first anniversary of Regulus's death, the family gathered around the table, and Sirius's portrait, which had been hung in the parlor, was wheeled in on a small trolley for the occasion. Sirius had died 6 years before Regulus, of a heart that had, after all, given out quietly in his sleep in the cottage inland. His portrait had taken to the parlor as if it had been painted there. On this evening, Sirius's portrait told 3 jokes, 2 of them repeats and all of them received with the family's particular affection. Harry raised his glass. "To Reg," he said. Who picked us up in a cupboard under the stairs and carried us out. Who had, the best of us knew it, the kindest stubbornness of any black who ever lived. To Reg, said the family. To Reg, said Sirius's portrait. To Master, said Creature, at the end of the table, in a voice smaller than it had been in 50 years. They drank. They ate. Outside, it was autumn, and the gulls were changing their patterns, and the blackthorn tree in the garden, older than any of them, was bending east in the wind, as it had always done. Somewhere in that garden, under a stone Harry had carved by hand, a man was at rest. He had lived, against every reasonable prediction of a war that had tried to kill him 3 times, a good long life. He had been, at the end, exactly what he had set out to be when he had first held his brother's godson in the dark on a Cornish cliff. He had been the uncle the world had not written for him. He had been a black who was not a villain. He had been, when it mattered, a father. He had, against every expectation, been loved. Chapter 6 End.